Good evening. I hereby call the Palm Springs regular City Council meeting of September 24th, 2020 to order. For those who would like to join me and are able to, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, can you please conduct a roll call?
Councilmember Garner.
Here.
Councilmember Middleton.
Present.
Councilmember Woods.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstedge.
Here.
And Mayor Kors.
Here.
All council is present.
Great. Thank you very much. We have a number of presentations tonight, and we're going to start off with a very special proclamation for Deaf Awareness Month. And with us is Mary Pugin, representing the deaf community, Lisa Mendoza and Tom McGillis, who are ASL interpreters, who will also be helping out this evening. So Mary, if you want to come to the podium, I will read the proclamation on behalf of the City Council. Whereas the deaf experience is a natural part of life and is valued as a part of our rich diversity. Whereas the deaf community is a social construct. The problem is not the medical condition that resides within the individual, but the problem is that society does not create welcoming, supporting environments, policies, systems, and access for all. And whereas the most effective way to increase awareness is through everyone's openness to learn and acknowledge that there are systemic barriers that reduce the likelihood of the deaf enjoying equitable experiences and living independent, productive lives within their communities through language equality and equal access. And whereas equitable experiences and full inclusion is a matter of social justice, making equitable, inclusive environments a shared responsibility for everyone. And whereas policies must be developed, attitude-shaped, and equitable experiences and access be offered to all individuals, including the deaf. And whereas awareness must be raised that inadequate or unavailable services and processes are not only more costly financially to our society, but are also more costly to the deaf who desire to live in a world of equity and access. It is further costly to our communities because society misses out on the rich talents and experiences the deaf community has to offer. And whereas citizens are encouraged to recognize the value and intersectionality of the deaf experience in our lives and the valued role it has in our rich diversity, recognize the barriers presented to the deaf, create ways to include everyone, especially the deaf, provide equal access through language equality, understand the losses in financial, spiritual, human rights contributions to the community, and otherwise, when our communities segregate and create barriers for the deaf community, and demand policymakers no longer invest in segregation and instead create inclusive, equitable policies and systems for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Palm Springs encourages efforts that will lead our communities and policymakers to create real system change so the deaf community will enjoy equitable, inclusive lives through language, equality, and equal access. We, the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, by the power vested in us, do hereby proclaim September 2020 to be Deaf Awareness Month. Yes, please.
Thank you for this Deaf Awareness Month and the recognition that you're giving us. Really, deaf people are everywhere, here in the Coachella Valley, nationally, and worldwide. Our biggest challenge is patient accessibility. You can see right now the challenge here in real time. We're all wearing masks. Therefore, I can't read your lips. And if you don't know ASL, hand signed to me. So for example, the communication challenge is here. That communication challenge impacts access for deaf children, for deaf adults, many, many different areas. Education, in schools, in employment, and in everyday life. Hospitals, theater, and basically general services. This recognition is so appreciated. So I encourage you, and everyone who's, well, here, let's not limit this to Deaf Awareness 1 month, just in September. I encourage you to continue that awareness and that understanding and that sensitivity every month, every day. So once again, thank you so much, Palm Springs, for what you've done, for this recognition, and thank you, council, and the City Hall staff, providing the interpreters as well. So thank you. For me and my peers, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you to our interpreters. And we take your words to heart about needing to focus on this all year long. So thank you very much. We came into Chambers, which we haven't done, I think, since April, to be able to present this in person. We're going to take a very short break to go back into our offices, and we will continue the presentations in about 2-3 minutes. presentation is Livestream Awards and Blood Donation Event. So every year, the 9 Coachella Valley cities compete on who can have the most blood donations during a blood drive through live stream, which was so important during COVID. And for the first time in the years, Palm Springs came in first for the most blood collected. And so there was a presentation by Zoom where I accepted the award on behalf of the city. We actually, I think we're literally 2 pints more blood than Palm Desert. It was that close. So a big thank you to Desert Regional and the Desert Care Network because that last blood drive that they held is what put us over the top. But I really want to thank the city workers and our city residents who donated blood, for those who are able to donate. It's so important right now. And tomorrow there is another blood drive that they're doing at Desert Regional, which we have on the website. And I believe we're going to be sharing on the screen. And everyone who donates blood will also get a COVID antigen test at no charge. I don't know if we have that photo, Aaron. That was the awards. And this is the information. It is on the website, but it is on the 25th from noon to 5 p.m. at Desert Regional Medical Center, and you can go to Livestream Blood Bank online to get more information. So I just want to encourage people who can get tested, those who can donate blood to do so, and you'll also get the COVID antigen test while you're there. And then additional presentation, this is also Hunger Action Month. And so a few things. One, all the mayors in the Valley did short videos about hunger and did plates. We just wrote on plates feelings about hunger. And the Kimpton Rowan lit itself up in orange in awareness. So we want to thank the Kimpton Rowan for doing that for the month, for Hunger Awareness Month. So if we have any of those photos or the video. I'm Jeff Kors, Mayor of the City of Palm Springs, and I'm thrilled to join Fine Food Bank and Hunger Action Month. Do you know that just $20 is 100 meals? So I'm really thrilled that I can donate, and hope you'll join me in donating to Fine Food Bank. Great, thank you, and we really appreciate what Fine Food Bank has done and how they've really stepped up, both in Palm Springs through the food bank that they run in partnership with the city at James O. Jesse, and the food bank that they've been doing at the Convention Center and other food banks they provide food for in our city and throughout the Coachella Valley. It's such an important issue. The next presentation is a COVID update. We are now in the red tier, so we wanted to explain that. So if Danny DeSelms, our emergency manager, will come to the mic and give that update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. Before we get to the tier change, I'm just going to go over a quick COVID case data update. We'll do an abbreviated version. So as you can see up here, this is Coachella Valley over this week. We've had 76 new cases this week, 4 in Palm Springs. So the average percent increase is 0.4, which is well below the metrics to move into the next tier. Obviously, that's only here in the Valley. Do you have the clicker, Anthony? So Riverside County has had 464 new cases just this past week, which again, as you can see from the graph on the bottom, numbers are trending downward across all metrics. Hospitalization rates are low. We currently have 140 ICU beds available, which is the highest that number has been in quite a while. So as of Tuesday, we moved into tier 2, which is the substantial tier. What does that really mean? All right, so there's 86 different industries that the state of California has individual guidelines for. But really, the big ones are personal care is accessible indoors now. That's getting your hair done. Nail salons are open with restrictions. Places of worship, they can reopen indoors at 25% capacity or 100, whichever is lesser. Gyms can open, which includes hotel gyms. They're at 10% capacity, and most of them are doing reservations, which is actually making it easier to do. And everybody's favorite restaurants are now open. We can eat indoors with 25% capacity or 100, whichever is fewer, which is great for the restaurants and for all of us. The last thing is the convention center is going to be hosting a mobile COVID 3-day event. There's going to be capacity for 300 people a day to get tested. They will have to make appointments, which that information is going to be pushed out through all the sources that are listed here. And all this information, we updated the website today with new links for all the state data, the county data, as well as the testing stuff. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Danny. And really encourage people to take advantage of the mobile testing, whether you have symptoms or not. One, it's important because it gives us an accurate sense of the numbers and the data and whether we can reopen more. But it also lets you know if you might be infectious and contagious and not spread the virus. So please take advantage of this. There are other opportunities to get tested, but this is something that we wanted to work with our partners on to provide right in our city, the convention center. And just an encouragement for everyone, when things opened last time, we saw a real surge, and it's so important that everyone follows the safety rules, keep the distancing, wash your hands, and wear face coverings. All the evidence is we reduced 95% of the transmissions if people did those 3 simple things. So I just want to encourage that. Anyone have any questions or comments on this? Okay, we'll go to our next presentation, which is a Palm Canyon Drive update. Councilmember Woods. You need to unmute, Councilmember.
Can't say a whole lot on mute, can you? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we could have the slide put up, that would be great by our staff. So I'm sure if any of you have been downtown, you have seen that we've closed off 2 blocks of downtown to allow an al fresco experience, and we've done this for a couple of reasons. One is to allow people to dine and be separated, have social distancing, and still enjoy their evening out. And secondly, it allows the capacity of the restaurants to actually serve food in an outdoor safe environment. I know we have just moved to a red zone. It means 25% of the indoor space can be open, but there are several people who still may not be comfortable with dining indoors. So we are going to keep our pilot project going. One of the things that we've heard from the merchants was to make it look less like a construction zone and to beautify it. And our staff has been on that very heavily. We've reduced some of the conage that we used. We've changed some of the signage, the traffic signage that we've used. We've put up message boards to say that we're open for business. And then this weekend, hopefully, in the slide you'll see, we are taking our K-rails, which are what you see in the middle of a freeway that keeps safe from a car plowing through or into the customers. And we're going to decorate them with a welcome sign. And I want to give a credit to our Assistant City Manager, Mr. Marcus Fuller, for dealing with a sign company to come up with this concept. And we're going to be continuing to improve the street environment as our pilot project continues to get underway and we start to hit a higher season. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for your work leading this effort. And thank you to staff for all their efforts here. Any questions or comments from anyone else on council? Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Councilmember Woods for all your work on this and for city staff. You know, we heard from businesses that they wanted an expanded footprint when we tried to jump, say how high when they asked us to jump to make this happen in our downtown. I think that we're still getting a lot of feedback that there are improvements that need to be made. So I applaud everyone for working together on those. This is uncharted territory. So we are trying to support our businesses as much as possible here and support all of our businesses. So could city staff just give an update to everyone listening at home about the timeline of the pilot project and then anything else people need to know about improvements that are being made to how it is right now.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Right now, we're expecting that the closure will remain in place as we see how successful it is. We have more restaurants that are going to be utilizing their outdoor space. And as Councilmember Woods mentioned, we're continuing and we'll always evaluate ways we can make it more welcoming and appealing to the public to enter that part of the street, as well as we have more and more restaurants taking advantage of parklets throughout other areas of the city. In fact, we had K-Rail being delivered further north on Palm Canyon for some restaurants in that area. So we're actively working more than you would think on the issue of land use permits for outdoor dining at areas all over the city, and are encouraging restaurants and restaurants to take advantage of that opportunity to increase their business operations during this time.
Thank you. And then can you just tell the public, we are getting the emails, but I know city staff is really working on this every single day to make improvements, to work directly one-on-one with businesses. So what's the best way that people can get involved and give their feedback and work with you one-on-one if they're a business that's affected by this?
Yes, I would encourage, and I'm willing to accept any comments directly. Marcus.fuller@palmspringsca.gov. And we will accept any recommendations or concerns that the businesses have. We want everyone to succeed. So, again, this is a dynamic environment we're in. So we're continuing to refine and evaluate how we're implementing these operations and ensuring so that it's working for everyone.
Thank you.
Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've all been receiving a tremendous number of emails, and so many of them from businesses that run retail operations or service operations for which so far this has not been a positive for them. It's been hurtful for their businesses. I think we need to continue to closely monitor the situation, reach out to all of our businesses and gather data regarding what has been their financial experience this year versus last year during the time that we've had the closure in place. And to the extent it's not working for some of our businesses, what can we do that would improve the situation for them? All of our efforts, I know from every one of us and all of the folks on staff, has been to make this an improvement for our full business community. And we want to continue to work to make that happen.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, thank you. The next presentation is on the Downtown Bench Art Program. Economic Development Director Jay Ferrata will be presenting.
Good evening, council members. How are you? This is a great project we want to talk about, and we're happy to present to you and the public. The Public Arts Commission has been trying to put a bright spot in the city amidst the COVID pandemic, and one of the things they came up with was the grant program. And one of the programs included there was a bench art program they did in conjunction with Main Street. And this program has been launched and completed in June of 2020, and 10 city-owned public benches on North Palm Canyon were painted. And what I'm going to do is go through these with you just to, again, share them with you and the public. So here's the first two of them. And the artist names are also listed by each of the photos. One of these looks very realistic. As you can see, they add a lot of color to the streets. And it's a great opportunity for our local artists to demonstrate their skills. And that concludes the presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Jay. Are there any questions or comments? Great, thank you. And I just want to thank the Art Commission and the artists for their work to make this happen. It really livens up the street. Councilmember Garner, were you, I thought I saw your hand maybe come up. Okay.
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to add one more thing, that there's public arts projects all over right now. I know there's some that just went up at the James O. Jesse Community Center, the neighboring at the park, and they're all really cool. So keep your eyes open when you're around town for these benches and other art installations. I think there's going to be quite a few more before the year is up. It's really wonderful.
Thank you. And then our final presentation will be an update on the census. Denise Goolsby will make that presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Kors, Mayor Pro Tem Holstead, City Council. We're in the final stretch. We have 6 more days go to finish the census. So I want to just go over quickly a few numbers with you. If you look at the Riverside County and Coachella Valley numbers, those are all self-response rates. People have responded either via mail or phone or online. About a month and a half ago, enumerators went out into the community and knocking door to door to get those numbers up and to make sure people have actually been counted. So if you look at the national and the California numbers, they've released those. So right now, national sits at 96.6% and California is at 97.7%, which bodes well for the rest of the Coachella Valley because those numbers are going to come up quite dramatically. We don't have them yet and they don't put them out in the public, but hopefully we'll have those soon. Again, just want to reiterate, we have beat our 2010 self-response rate. 2010, we had 53.4%. We're now at 54.8%, so almost 1.5% more. It seems small, but every little bit counts. Also, we had a really fun event last week. It was a City Council Census Caravan Outreach Day, and the council members had caravans into their district neighborhoods to bring awareness about the census. And although we didn't see a lot of people out in the streets, we got a lot of media attention for it, and I think it brought even more exposure, and it was a really fun event. Okay, so there's just 6 days remaining to take the census. We're pushing out social media. We have Facebook ads. We have an ad on the Desert Sun. And we have a couple of census mobile questionnaire assistance sites where people can go for information. And, okay, be counted, 6 more days. You can find more information at www.my2020census.gov.
Great. Thank you so much, Denise. Do you have any comments or questions? Councilmember Woods.
Yes, Denise, could you just explain to the public why it's important to fill out the census and why we're putting so much effort into having people fill out the census?
Because this is going to determine our financial probably situation from the federal government for the next 10 years. It's going to provide money for infrastructure, for schools, it's going to improve our way of life. And so we only have one shot to do this. It also affects our congressional numbers. So we have to get it right every year. And I think we're getting really close to getting to 100%, I think, overall. But it's a one-time shot to make sure we get the federal funds that we're entitled to.
Thank you, Denise.
Thank you. So, Mayor Pro Tem Holstead.
Thank you. Denise, could you just go over the mobile site for people since it's the last week? Could you state when those are so that if people need assistance filling out their census, they can go to one of those locations? Like we said, it's downtown and the library.
Yes.
There's certain states, right?
Yep, so downtown Palm Springs in front of the Wellwood Murray Memorial Library is on Saturday, September 26th from 5 to 7 p.m. And then we have the Palm Springs Public Library on Monday, September 28th, from 8 a.m. until noon.
Thank you.
Thank you. So big thank you to Denise for all her work, and to Mayor Pro Tem Holstage and Councilmember Garner for leading the census efforts on behalf of our council and challenging all of us to join in the caravan, which was a really fun event, and I think really got a great amount of media. So thank you for bringing that up and getting us all engaged in that. It's appreciated. So our next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items to be removed for separate discussion. I'd like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items any council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate vote and or discussion? Wow. So you're first. Okay. So is there a motion to accept the agenda? Oh, wait, Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Sorry, I'm trying to pull the correct letter here.
Okay.
There was public comment about the appraisal for the city's golf course. So I'd like to pull that item, please.
Okay.
That is, maybe staff can help me pull the right item here.
E.
Thank you.
E is an elephant.
Okay, so if there's nothing else, if there's a motion to accept the agenda,
I'll motion to accept the agenda.
the removal of 1E for separate discussion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Garner, second by Councilmember Middleton.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you. I'd like to ask City Attorney Ballinger to please provide a report of the closed session.
Yes, Honorable Mayor and members of the council, members of the public, the City Council met earlier this afternoon to discuss the items that are listed on the closed session agenda, and there was no reportable action.
Thank you very much. The next item is public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You're asked to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you're speaking about. Please note that the testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing, and general public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the evening. Tonight, the City Clerk will be contacting speakers via telephone. City Clerk, will you please begin?
Gretchen Gutierrez, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you'll have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kors, members of the council, and city staff. My name is Gretchen Gutierrez. And I'm Association. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening, specifically on tonight's agenda item, new business item D. There was correspondence submitted earlier today with reference to this item, and I would like to highlight 2 brief points in conjunction with the staff report. The proposal consists of 2 matters for your review. The first is the proposed amendment update to the DVBA licensing agreement with the City of Palm Springs. These requested amendments were presented to the DVBA in January of this year by City Attorney Jeff Ballinger, with the changes to be reflective of recent case law related to being content neutral within the agreement and to include provisions for non-commercial messages. After discussions between the DVBA and City Attorney Ballinger, that amended language is included in your packet and has been accepted by both parties. The second item on the proposal is the expansion of the number of structures under the management agreement. As referenced in the report, this program has remained at 61 structures since its inception. But now more than ever, as we move forward towards economic recovery for not just the home building industry, but industries across all sectors and the communities they assist with tax dollars, the expansion of the program to include up to a maximum of 75 structures should be considered and approved. Further, this entire program, from licensing and permitting with the city through maintenance, insurance, and all other relevant issues, is wholly maintained by the DVBA with no cost to the city. Thank you for your consideration on this proposal, and I'm available for follow-up questions when this item is called later this evening. The city clerk does have my contact information. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Josh Black, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Well, good evening. My name's Josh Black. I'm Head of Operations at Element 7. I appreciate I've only got 2 minutes, so I've got a couple of points I wanted to make tonight on our project at in Palm Springs. So first of all, the elephant in the room, I guess, is the OG Arabian Nights project. That project was approved back in February 2019, and 18 months later, that project is still not operational, completed. We do sit 200 feet door to door with that project, but the point I wanted to make was that whilst it is 200 feet, there is a right turn and a car park involved in reaching those two doors. Our project does not face Palm Canyon. It actually faces Indian Canyon and the car park. So we feel that whilst the projects are close together, that they are a sufficient distance for customers to walk, but also for traffic to enter through Indian Canyon and enter the car park. We also have a very different concept. Ours is very education focused versus OG, which is very hedonistic lifestyle. The other point I want to make tonight was that we are very harmonious with surrounding uses. We've worked very closely with John Park, who is the owner of the property, to make sure that we have a project and a site that is compatible both in business hours as well as the adult focus with bars and restaurants, and that we have a project that will enhance the community and not detract from it. The property's been vacant for 18 months, and if we are approved, we would share security intel with Shamrocks, with Tonga Hut, with NYPD to make sure there's no adverse effects, which was pointed out in the staff report. The third point I want to make was that we are financed, funded, and ready to go. We would be very happy to work towards development timelines.
Mr. Black, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have a project.
Chris Cranfield, if you could please mute your audio.
Yeah.
And you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for everyone's time. My name is Chris Cranfield, and I'm addressing new business item B. I'm a cannabis consultant by trade, and more specifically, the consultant for the project regarding Prime DNA, the applicant at 1227 South 3 Autry Trail. Locally, I have helped Palm Royale Collective gain their licensure due to my extensive local cannabis industry knowledge. My projections for their operations were spot on through 2 years of their beginning of business. I've also been very involved politically advocating for cannabis regulation locally for over 5 years in the Coachella Valley. I remember being at the city council meeting in Palm Springs at midnight for the special meeting that was held regarding consumption lounges and advocated for their approval to help ease the burden of local hotel operators dealing with on-site cannabis consumption. We are here today to ask for the distance waiver to be granted for Prime DNA, a minority woman-owned company. Granting this waiver would allow our plans for a retail and consumption lounge to proceed. Creating a cannabis business park is the next logical step in business growth as cannabis continues to flourish even during a COVID impact economy. Not all businesses carry the same product or cater to all clientele. If you take into account the high demand for cannabis and cannabis-based products, it makes sense to allow consumers to have choices of retail stores and consumption lounges. Consumers will decide where they spend their money and which businesses will succeed or fail. The City of Palm Springs has waiver in place for liquor licenses because of the high demand in the city for alcohol. All of these businesses seem to thrive prior to COVID, and it only seems logical to make the same concession for cannabis businesses and at least allow them to exist near each other or similar to how bars and liquor stores operate. Cannabis is taxed far more than liquor and can help aid the financial recovery even quicker. If you take into account current projections in the U.S., state that restaurants and hospitality are going to take at least 3 to 5 years to fully recover and be contributing to the tax base. Especially as the MORE Act looms for a vote in November, it is clear the federal government can no longer ignore the tax benefits cannabis has to offer, and the City of Palm Springs should embrace it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Jeffrey Bernstein, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Mayor Kors, Mayor Pro Tem Holstage, Council Members Middleton, Woods, and Garner, and Dr. Reddy. I'm here to speak on Agenda Item 3B. My name is Jeffrey Bernstein, owner of Destination PSP and Board Vice President of Main Street Palm Springs Business Association. On behalf of the board, I want to urge you to not let the relief ordinance expire for commercial tenants without consideration for our businesses. As we are all aware, the economic stress of the pandemic has extended far longer than any of us anticipated when the emergency first hit. Many Palm Springs businesses have already been forced to shut permanently. While many businesses have done significantly better than expected during this summer, they all rely on significant increases during season to make up for what has always been the slowest period of our year. We are now faced with potentially another 12 months without any large events and conventions. Many small businesses remained hopeful that additional federal relief would come. It now seems that may be delayed for several months or not seen altogether. Without additional help from our city, many more small businesses will be forced to shut their doors. Many landlords have worked very effectively with their tenants on getting through this situation. However, some landlords who have been unrelenting are only extended minor concessions. The ordinance does require businesses to pay what they can. In May of this year, we recommended City Council look into independent mediators to work with landlords and tenants. If the ordinance is ended and businesses are required to pay all future rents on time and pay back any missed rents by April 2021, this will virtually ensure an increased number of business closures. There is simply no justification for a situation where the only consequence for a landlord is a deferral of rent, while tenants have lost anywhere from 30 to 80% of their annual revenue. At the very least, we request that City Council require mediation before any evictions are initiated. The future of our downtown, both visually and economically, relies upon keeping businesses, especially locally owned businesses, active. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Philip Wynn, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay. Do I start now?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay. Dear Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council member, please note that E7 Palm Springs LLC DBA Element 7 owner Robert DeVito has applied for numerous dispensary licenses in California since 2018, including West Hollywood, and has been denied numerous times. Robert has 35 California LLCs utilizing E7 as a prefix with the city name and has been using this to apply for dispensary licenses. There are also 46 Element 7 corporations registered under his name, most of which were sold. This clearly indicates the behavior of a dispensary license bond, whose primary objective is to develop dispensary licenses for sale once approved by the city or the state. Therefore, it is evident that they have no intention of growing the business as their own and are making profit from the license sales. At present, there is only one cannabis operation under Robert DeVito in Fort Bragg for a dispensary in California. Furthermore, this license was only recently obtained during this month of September 2020. Robert claims to be a reputable operator while relying on deceptive taxes for his applications. One example would be his registration for Statement of Information with the state of California. On his statement, Robert registered E7 Palm Springs LLC as a consulting firm, though he was fully aware that the document was to be used as a cannabis retail dispensary in Palm Springs. Robert also defames local dispensary operators by stating they are not operating or have left the building empty, while it is apparent that COVID-19 is the main reason the building permits and inspection process have been delayed. As the owner of OG Arabian Nights LLC, please know that we have numerous cannabis warehouse operations in Coachella Valley and also reside 15 minutes away from downtown Palm Springs. Please note that it would be unfair and unjust to grant a business waiver to an operator who is most likely leaving Palm Springs after the license is approved, where all the reputable operators has been denied. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mr. Raphael, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
starting now?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the Palm Springs City Council. Before I start, I want to offer my condolences to all those who have lost loved ones to COVID. My name is Nissim Raphael. I have been a resident of the Valley for 25 years, mostly in Palm Springs. I'm the property manager and agent of the property owner of the property at 230, 232, and 234 North Palm Canyon Drive in Palm Springs. Our tenant is the OG Arabian Nights Dispensary. I am here to oppose the modification to the ordinance that prevents more than one dispensary within a 500-foot radius in downtown Palm Springs. The ordinance made clear that there would be a 500-foot radius between cannabis dispensaries. The reason was not to have saturation in the downtown area. This is a fair and reasonable rule. The new applicant is going to be 50 feet away, 2 doors down from our property. The application for the minor modification is not really that minor, because what is to stop other minor modifications and oversaturation? The new applicant has stated that the OG Arabian Nights project appears stalled and therefore they should be considered. This is categorically incorrect. Our tenant has spent a lot of money fulfilling the terms and conditions required by the city and waiting for permits to proceed. They are in the final stages of their project and expect to open within a few weeks. The property owner and I feel that it is unfair to this project and other applicants to consider waiving the ordinance that took a lot of debate and soul searching to put into effect, and especially at this difficult time. We recommend that you please vote down this modification. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Thanks.
Michael McCullough, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Dr. Reddy, and staff. Back in 2003 to 2007, when I was on City Council, we had many hearings on the multi-species habitat plan and other environmentally sensitive areas where development was proposed. At that point in time, I urged people to try to find a way to compensate property owners who had invested in the properties based on existing zoning. A decade later, Jane Garrison and some others have done just exactly that. Saving Oswego Canyon was a tremendous accomplishment. And the current item 1E is a very exciting proposal to maintain 2 city-owned golf courses as green open space. We all know the number of golfers is declining locally and nationally, and we care about not having development on these areas. About 2 years ago, I had a nightmare. I live on the Talkwitz Creek Golf Course and I'm looking out right now at the mountains. I had a nightmare that the golf course was sold by the city to development. A street was put in on the fairways, and 2-story condominiums were put in on the golf course, blocking my view. And that was truly a nightmare. So I'm hoping that this is the first step in a process that will allow the preservation of this golf course and other golf courses in the city, backed by other funds other than the city general fund, and compensating the current owners for their use. And the city property here, being owned by the city, is really a no-brainer. So I really look forward to seeing what the council does tonight and in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Bonita Money, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Social Likely.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, you can begin. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
What are we speaking on?
This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You requested to be called for public comment.
On social equity. Okay, great. I am the founder. My name is Bonita Money. I'm the founder of the National Diversity and Inclusion Cannabis Alliance. And what I'd like to support, and hopefully the City Council can support, is social equity in Palm Springs. There has been a lack of support for Black and brown folks in our community, and I would like to see that we support the Black and brown businesses that could operate in Palm Springs, and I would hope that we can create funding. I know that the city has been awarded the GoBiz grant, which my organization is also a participant in that grant. So I would just hope that we can, again, make sure the funding is going in the right places. That's very important, that we can make sure that the Black and brown companies around cannabis are supported thoroughly, because the war on drugs has been a very big issue since the 70s. And so we want to make sure that these folks are given the opportunity to have these businesses around cannabis. So thank you so much. You guys are so awesome, and I appreciate that you guys have opened up social equity in your city. And thank you so much, all you city council members. You guys are so awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Matt, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. And if you could begin by stating your name.
Good evening. My name is Matt Busquet. I am addressing items 5A and 3B. Addressing 5A, as the owner of the building immediately adjacent to the applicant, I would simply say there is sound rationale for the original 500 feet rule for cannabis lounges. There are a series of potential reasons that may be stray from that policy. The usage is not consistent with my tenants, which face it. The request meets none of the requirements for a variance. Please oppose it. Item 3B, the moratorium on paying rent. There's a significant difference in public policy rationale of a residential moratorium and a commercial one. The policy is directed against residential is clearly well-intentioned attempt to avoid widespread homelessness and its effects. The commercial one has been very different. For over 200 days, the city has inserted itself in the contractual relationship between tenants and landlords. And the practical impact has been to render the enforceability of these contracts nil. There are about 100 landlords who own the majority of the commercial buildings in the central business district. For the last 9 months, you've asked those 100 people to entirely shoulder the burden for the balance of the city. They have universally received almost zero, no assistance from banks or institutions that hold the mortgages on these buildings. There have been no grants or PPP or other monies or loans to support the landlords the way they have been for the tenants. Further, to suggest they could seek a remedy in court someday when that possibility is at least 9 months away is disingenuous at best. I would ask you to think of these two questions. How would a store owner feel if a shopper came in and bought a painting or had a dinner or had their nails done and then said to the owner, "I'll pay you in April of 2021. Or if not, you can sue me and maybe have the hearing in November or December." That's essentially the same thing you're telling when you tell the landlord to wait to create the rent for a year from the start. Number two, if a tenant can't pay regular monthly rent when season hits, how are they ever expected to pay back rent? Look, the vast majority of tenants are hardworking business people working like dogs, just trying to make their way through this pandemic as creatively as possible. And the same with the landlords. Landlords succeed when our tenants succeed. We want to help our tenants succeed and thrive. However, there must be a reasonable, efficient, and effective way for landlords to deal with bad actor tenants. Tenants already have significant protections in the legal eviction process, and if you let this expire, there's absolutely no way that there are going to be all kinds of tenants ejected into the streets. It's not possible when the courts are closed for another 9 months. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Dirk Voss, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you'll have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Great. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm asking for an affirmative vote on the waiver for the distance waiver for the Element 7 Palm Springs project at 242 North Palm Canyon. The project itself, as you know, predominantly faces Indian Canyon and it predominantly has access through that way with the project here. It's a mixture of a lounge and a dispensary. The ownership wants to also contribute additional funding to help with the parking lot there and to upgrade it. They've committed to that, as has the property owner. We're excited about the opportunity to be a part of the Indian Canyon corridor and the revitalization of that. And we want to beautify that area like the hotel next door behind us. In reference to local and social equity, although it's not a participant in social equity, Element 7 has a history of participation in that and is guaranteed that they will do 75% local hire of Palm Springs residents for that project. In addition to that, they'll work a liaison with both Shamrocks and NYPD and the police department on the security measures and upgraded cameras and the like. With that, there's separate access to this. It doesn't face Palm Canyon. It's 120 feet from Palm Canyon. It's just and so it's a different environment there versus some of those that are on there. They're open to working with the advisory committee, architectural advisory committee, and in addition to that, they are willing to, I know construction performance timeframes are important. Many people get approved and don't follow through. They're willing to have a condition of approval with deadlines and timeframes that need to be met as well for that project. They're a viable company. They're ready to go, ready to pull permits. We would encourage an affirmative vote on that. We think that it will beautify that building and appreciate the time to speak tonight.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
All right.
Chris Bloom, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I just want to make a couple quick points. My name is Christopher Bloom with Element 7. I do community development. First point I'd like to address is the fact that we do not sell licenses, as another speaker hinted at. We are ambitious. We do go after a lot of licenses, but we do this by partnering with the best local people, by hiring local, and really stressing the fact that we want to keep businesses, staffed by local residents, hire local contractors, everything that goes along with that. The second point I'd like to make is addressing the setbacks for the AMM. And the first fact is we are not a Palm Canyon site. We face Indian Canyon. Vehicles enter from Indian Canyon. And so we're really going after people that aren't going to the other place next door. Or potential place next door. It's been a long time now. They've shown no signs of building out or doing anything of the sort. The second thing I'd like to touch on is the fact that we have committed $30,000 for parking lot upgrades. And this is in conjunction with the other owner of the property, John Park. We're going to do landscaping, signage, resurfacing, and replacing the lines where required. We're going to put in an electrical vehicle charging station. The additional security around there too will be great because there is going to be additional pedestrian traffic going to and from the casino. So the added security and lighting there will be great for that. And the property has had a history of leasing troubles. It has been vacant since June of last year. So, a year and 3 months now. We're not displacing anybody. And I think, with everything that's being said, I think we'd be an ideal candidate to go in there. We're ready to build out now, and we'd really love to become a contributing member of the Palm Springs business community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Brad Anderson, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you, Brad Anderson. I live in the city of Rancho Mirage. As you know, the public testimony time frame that you have at 2 minutes is very limited and probably illegal. But anyway, I want to talk on number 1, consent calendar, number 8, and that's a letter that you want to sign, have the mayor sign for the United States Conference of Mayors. And I would oppose that because such groups as that and Grover Covenant of Mayors and all those organizations they are really anti-American, and they really divide versus combining groups of people based on racism and other topics like that. So I want to oppose that, and I'm sure you're going to sign it anyway. But anyway, I want to oppose that. And what was I going to say? I would hope that the council can just focus on property owners and really what you're elected to do in your city, and protect property rights and safety of the citizens as with roads and streets. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mr. Mayor, if you could give me one more minute, I'm trying to reach the last caller.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just for the record, we received a late request to call Robert DeVito, owner of E7. We've attempted 4 times, but we've received no answer.
Okay, well, thank you very much for trying, and seeing no other public comments. Public testimony on agenda items is now closed. The next item is City Council and City Manager comments and reports. Anyone have any comments and reports? Okay, seeing none, I will, if we can put up the slide on our new airline service. So one of the few silver linings perhaps about what's going on with COVID is the expectation that there'll be more domestic leisure travel, and that means airlines that have come to Palm Springs are expanding service, and new airline is going to be flying here. We've reported on a bunch of these before. There are a couple new ones that we wanted to share tonight. Alaska Airlines is starting seasonal service on December 17th to Boise, Idaho, and Reno, Nevada, and year-round service to San Jose, California. So that'll be a real nice addition for people to come here, and for those of us who live here to go other places. And of course, more airlines mean better fares, and so there'll be more competition. The other new service is Delta is now starting daily service, and this is going to be year-round between Los Angeles and Palm Springs. So we're very excited to have that. That obviously is good for people who prefer not to drive, especially on busy weekends, but also a real boon for people flying from any of Delta's main hubs out to Palm Springs through LA. So just wanted to share that news. Other thing I wanted to mention is just a request from staff if we can arrange a meeting. Councilmember Middleton and I have been working on some issues regarding the fire department, both plans on fire station remodels, but also ambulance services. And if we could add an agenda item to this, have a discussion item on those with council, but maybe a meeting first with staff, appropriate staff, on that so we can share our ideas and hear from them and have something to bring to council on those matters. And that's all I have. Thank you. City Manager, do you have anything?
Not at this time, Mayor. Ready to move on with the balance of the agenda.
Okay. The next item is the consent calendar. I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without item 1E, which has been removed for separate discussion.
So move.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Middleton, second by Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 1E, appropriation of $14,000 from unrestricted general fund balance for an appraisal of the Tockwoods Creek Golf Course and related properties. Staff report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. At the request of Mayor Pro Tem Holstage, this item was pulled. I'll give a brief staff report. This is a request to appropriate $14,000 to move forward with an appraisal of our golf course properties. As I've noted in the staff report, the city has been approached by Oswett Land Trust in partnership with the Trust for Public Land to consider potentially the sale of those properties for active passive recreation use. I did look at the comment that was noted, the public comment, and to assure everyone, there's been no formal analysis. And as I noted in the staff report, this is just a preliminary step to determine whether or not the fair market value is of a value that would make the sale of this viable, given the city's ongoing debt associated with the golf course. And to the extent it is viable, as I noted, there's a procedural process to follow and a lot of public input and review on whether to move forward with essentially closing the golf course for golf course use and working with those partners to transform that into an active passive recreation use. So with that, I'm happy to take any further questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Thank you. I primarily just pulled this for a staff report. The most common question I get is about the Mesquite Desert Preserve from residents of District 4. So I wanted to make sure that we talked about this publicly instead of just having it go through consent. So thank you for all of your work on this. I'm proud to support it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? If not, do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Holstage, second by Councilmember Garner.
I vote yes.
Yes. Anthony, do we lose them? Can you hear us in the chamber?
I'm sorry, Mr. DeVito had called me. I'm sorry, I'm a little lost where we are right now. Is there a motion?
We're on 1E. We have motion by Mayor Pro Tem Holstage, second by Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Holstage?
Yes.
Councilmember Garner?
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton?
Aye.
Councilmember Woods?
Aye.
Mayor Kors?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is a public hearing item, 2A, appeal by Simon CRE Summit of the Planning Commission action to deny a conditional use permit and a major architectural application for the construction of a 3,071 square foot convenience store and fueling station at 2444 North Palm Canyon Drive. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, the item that you have before you is an appeal of a decision by the Planning Commission to deny a project, the construction of a convenience store with fueling station at the corner of North Palm Canyon and Racket Club. In terms of the application, the applicant filed for a conditional use permit, which is required for the convenience store and for the fueling station, and also applied for a major architectural application for the 3,000 square foot convenience store. The project was reviewed by the Architectural Advisory Committee. They recommended approval of the project with conditions, making certain modifications to landscaping and the design of the building and the design of the canopy, the fueling canopy. The Planning Commission then reviewed the project in April of this year and ultimately voted 3-1 to deny the applications. The applicant then filed their appeal thereafter. The reason why this has been delayed is the applicant was waiting, hopefully, to be able to do this in person. Unfortunately, with the restrictions that we have in place in terms of gatherings, we haven't been able to do that, but would like to present their item to you today and get a ruling on this appeal. In terms of the site, let me just talk a little bit about the general plan and the zoning, as this is critical to understanding both the review by staff and then also the action by the Planning Commission. In terms of the general plan designation, the front portion of the larger property, which is shown with the black outline, let's see, the black outline here, and then the site itself is outlined in red. The front portion is designated mixed-use, multi-use by the city's general plan. And what that allows is a combination of both commercial and residential uses. The rear portion of the site, which is not the subject of this application, is designated as medium-density residential. There was an application that was filed back in 2007 for a project that encompassed all of the parcel, so spanning all the way from North Palm Canyon to North Indian Canyon, that included both a commercial component and a residential component. That was approved in 2007, however, that entitlement expired. The current landowner has examined a number of opportunities for the residential component, but has not approached the commercial component until now with the 7-Eleven project. The idea is that the commercial parcels facing Palm Canyon would be sold off for commercial development, and then the parcels shown in blue would be developed for some type of multifamily housing. The zoning for the site is C1, which is more or less concurrent with the mixed-use designation, and then the rear portion of the site is R2. Again, the site designated in red is the parcel for the 7-Eleven that has a mixed-use, multi-use land use designation and C1 zoning. In terms of the site plan, the plan that you see on your screen now shows the convenience store building located on the east portion of the parcel with the fuel canopy located in between the convenience store and North Palm Canyon. There is an issue with the site in that there is an easement running both north-south and then along the southern property line, which prevents placement of a building within that easement area. And so to a certain degree, that's dictated the placement of the buildings. When we initially met with the applicant about the site design, we discussed moving the convenience store building closer to the street, trying to enhance the pedestrian connection, but unfortunately, because of the easements, that was not possible. In looking at the other commercial components of the site, we are considering the 7-Eleven, which is located here. There is the existing Del Taco, which is located immediately north. And then there remains another out parcel here. The property owner is looking for a commercial tenant to occupy that parcel at some point in the future. It's a relatively small parcel, and so it would not permit a very large building on it. However, as part of this application, the 7-Eleven development team has proposed to do additional landscaping along the perimeter buffer, including the additional out parcel here, so that there would be landscaping along both the North Palm Canyon and Racquet Club frontages. In terms of the appearance of the building and the fueling canopy, you have illustrations in your packet which show you the form and massing of the convenience store building as well as the form of the canopy. In terms of the applications, there are required findings and criteria for each of the application types, both the major architectural application and the conditional use permit application. In terms of the major architectural application, as you can see the criteria there, the Planning Commission did not identify any issues relative to compliance for the major architectural application. Their concerns were primarily with the conditional use permit, and in particular, criterion number 2 of the conditional use permit. Just going through all of the 5 findings that are required for a conditional use permit, number 1 is that the conditional use permit has to be allowed by the zoning code, which it does in the C1 zone district. Criterion number 2 is the use necessary or desirable? Is it in harmony with the general plan? And is there any impact to existing or proposed uses adjacent to the site? And this is the one where the Planning Commission was not able to make the necessary findings. Number 1, they found that the use was not necessary or desirable in terms of the convenience store and fuel station use, being that there are other similar uses in the immediate area. Also, they had issues in terms of finding the use in harmony with the general plan. Going back to the land use designation and the mixed use, multi-use designation, they did not find the convenience store in and of itself to be consistent with the general plan land use designation. The remaining criteria relative to the adequacy of the site for the proposed use, are there adequate setbacks, lot coverage, etc. Didn't have any issues with that. Are the adjacent streets, is the street network sufficient to support the proposed traffic that would be generated by the use? They did not see any issues with that. And then are there adequate conditions imposed to protect public health and welfare? No issues with that one. So again, the Planning Commission had issues with criterion number 2. And so based on that, they voted 3-1 to deny the project. That summarizes my report to you. Again, the Planning Commission was not able to make the necessary findings, and that is the basis for this appeal being before you. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you might have about the project or the findings of the Planning Commission. We also have the applicant available via Zoom, and our control room will let them in as soon as you're ready for their presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions for staff before the public hearing? Councilmember Middleton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Flynn, it is unclear to me from reading the reports that we received whether or not the adjacent 7-Eleven is proposed to be closed if this one is approved and opened. Can you help clarify whether or not this is the replacement of an older 7-Eleven across the street with a newer one, or will there be 2 7-Elevens almost facing one another?
No, I believe it is the intent that if this were constructed, the existing 7-Eleven would close. The reason is that the existing 7-Eleven does not have the fuel pumps, which is desirable, and so that's why they're looking for a new location. So the existing location would be closed, as I understand it.
And not to jump ahead, but is closure of the other facility a condition that City Council could impose upon in order to approve?
I'll look to the city attorney on that. Typically, we don't, as part of a conditional use permit, look at other properties that aren't under the consideration of the permit. However, in looking at the use, you may find that it would be inappropriate to have two convenience stores across from each other. So that may influence your decision. But again, I'll look to the city attorney for additional direction on that.
Yes, Councilmember Middleton, I think based on the common usage of conditional use permits to essentially control the number and intensity of uses in a particular area in this type of a situation, if the council were concerned with maybe too many convenience stores in this area, then that I think could properly be a condition of approval for this CUP.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Woods. You need to unmute, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome.
A question for Flynn. Thank you, Flynn, for your staff report. You know, normally we think of mixed use as like commercial on the lower level and maybe some residential on the upper levels or some sort of a use like that. Can you describe in the general plan how it was envisioned that mixed use would be in our city?
Yes, in the general plan, in specifically the land use element, looking not only in the description of the land use designation, but also further back in the land use element, it describes mixed use as allowing a combination of both commercial uses and residential uses. Unfortunately, it's not as descriptive as perhaps we would like in terms of how those are accommodated. Typically, when we think of mixed use, as you've already indicated, council member, we think of a building that has commercial on the ground floor with residential uses above. In the general plan, it's a little bit less specific and talks about horizontal mixed use. But one of the critical things that it mentions is that where there might be horizontal mixed use, where you have a commercial building with residential buildings adjacent to it, there needs to be some type of shared pedestrian connections or vehicular access or amenities that are shared between the sites. In looking at this application, as I had mentioned, there was a previous application back in 2007 where it combined both the commercial and the residential. In working with the current property owner, we have considered residential in the back with commercial in the front, but we've encouraged them to make better connections between the commercial component on Palm Canyon and the residential component that would be at the rear of the site or the east side of the site. And so there was a concern in terms of the review by the Planning Commission that those elements would not be well integrated in terms of the proposed layout.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Going once. Okay. Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Just want to check with the city clerk. Does the appellant have 5 minutes?
That is correct. The appellant will have 5 minutes, and then we do have a general, or not a general, but a public comment. And then after that, if they would like, they have 2 minutes for a rebuttal.
Great, thank you. So why don't we add the appellant? I believe they're joining us by Zoom. Great, welcome, Mr. Khan. If you'd like to unmute yourself, you'll have 5 minutes.
I just go into my...
Yes, please, start.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Omar Khan, and I'm the franchise operator of the Sunlight located on North Palm Canyon. Sunlight has occupied the building for over 45 years, and the needs of the community have grown and evolved. I took over the franchise at the beginning of the year. Unfortunately, The pandemic closed our music festivals and aerial tramway. This has had an enormous impact on our business. So much so that I'm tens of thousands
Mr.
behind on my debt.
Khan, I'm sorry, could you please speak a little louder?
Oh, yes, sorry. I'll come closer. I'm concerned about the future ability to keep up with my payments. The location is limited in size and offerings. Like many others in our community, it is difficult to see the light at the end of the tunnel. However, by approving the relocation, we'll be able to expand our product and services, provide a safer, more convenient store for our community, and bring in more revenue for the city. I recently met with Lieutenant Hutchinson and Lieutenant Ariza of the Palm Springs Police Department to discuss the ongoing effects of homelessness in the community and how I can help. I'm fully committed to working with them and their partners to help the homeless get into rehabilitation programs. We all agreed that redevelopment was the best course of action against blight, as evident by the redevelopment of the nearby Cole Hotel. In closing, I would like to reiterate that we are not looking to create an additional site. We are looking to redevelop the existing site to a new location, which would enable me to continue to grow my small business, bring more jobs to the community, and expand on providing essential products for the community 24 hours a day. The livelihood of me, my wife, and my 4 children depends on the relocation of the site. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, for your time and consideration.
Mayor and members of council, my name is Peter Craneville. I am the developer. You just heard from Mr. Khan. He is the franchisee. I just wanted to continue on from what he was saying, being that we're the applicant. Just to kind of just touch base and go back a little bit on Planning Commission here. We had previously, been denied at Planning Commission, as was defined by Flynn earlier, for a number of reasons. And I kind of wanted to show you through our presentation with our PowerPoint and some slides, put some information on 7-Eleven that you may not have seen. Obviously, Mr. Khan is here to answer kind of any questions in regards to the future use of the 7-Eleven, and I think he speaks very clearly about his success in the existing 7-Eleven that's up the street. One thing I'll point out is that this is, and most important, this is a relocation of that 7-Eleven to this new 7-Eleven because it does have fueling pumps. So this is an expansion by Mr. Khan to a new business and a growing business in Palm Springs. If I could just pull up the presentation. Let's see, it should start out with kind of the existing conditions that are kind of on the site. I'll point out, obviously, that, this site is very irregular and it is a vacant site, a former Albertsons actually that had actually closed, as you're aware. So the challenges obviously faced by grocers continue to be compounded in this COVID day and age. Obviously with Amazon and deliveries that occur through Prime and other online sources just continue to hurt retail and brick and mortar. So basically putting a grocer on this corner is very challenging in itself and getting the correct grocer. Next slide, please. It should show kind of the existing conditions. Again, I can't see this, so I'm kind of winging it here, but again, it should show, next slide, planning history. The planning history, obviously, this was developed as a retail center in 1981. And then basically sometime during that time, the grocery store did go dark. There was a demolition that occurred in 2007. And then there was talk of redevelopment then. Obviously, due to the economy during that time, a mixed use plan did not succeed here. It actually failed. So our property owner who we're acquiring this property from, Gray One Del Mar, who is also available for comment here, acquired this property. He had discussions to redevelop it as well for a kind of smaller commercial retail parcel fronting Palm Canyon.
And I have a nagging suspicion that they don't have our presentation up.
Okay, they don't?
I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I just sent that message to the city manager.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, you do have a copy of the presentation in your backup materials. The city clerk provided that to you, I believe, yesterday, and the second copy today. So applicants, they do have a copy of your presentation and the materials that you're discussing.
Okay. The public doesn't have it, so.
Okay. Well, I'll just continue along here. Again, Flynn had kind of talked about the proposed design. Obviously, during Planning Commission, it was actually commended by Commissioner Song, who's obviously an architect and very well versed in mid-century modern, and kind of commended our design. So, we took a great deal of consideration with the mid-century modern for the 7-Eleven. We feel it's a very great product. So as you can kind of see with some of the renderings, it's very nice, a very kind of mid-century design for the fueling canopy and for the store. Touching base on the rest of the site here, we are acquiring the Del Taco as part of this purchase and redevelopment, along with the corner parcel that is vacant right now. We are a retail developer, so as part of our lease negotiations actually with Del Taco, there is a clause to redevelop and renovate their exterior, but they want to make sure there's synergy here with the rest of the project, specifically with 7-Eleven. So in kind of approving a 7-Eleven to be here, it also kind of brings a renovation with that Del Taco. So that's another nice kind of perk that kind of comes about with this. And then with the corner, we have some interest with other retail developers and retail brokers that have some interest in possibly putting a restaurant on that, small, maybe 2,000 square foot. But again, because of COVID, things are paused.
Mr. Mayor?
There is future on that corner with 7-Eleven
Mr. Mayor?
and with kind of the Del Taco. Yes.
I just want to inform you that 5 minutes has passed.
Thank you. So what we'll do is we'll open up for public comment. Members of the public will have 2 minutes each, and then you'll have 2 minutes rebuttal. And after that, if council members have questions, which I'm sure many of us will, we will keep you on so we can ask you the questions as well. City Clerk, do you have public comment? And if you can, bring them on.
I will reach them right now. 1 second.
Thank you.
Bill Hamlin, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. Hello, Bill Hamlin?
Yes.
Yes, you're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. This is Bill Hamlin. I'm with Ayers Advisors. We are the manager of the owner of Gray One Del Mar LLC. We've owned the project for 12 years, and when we acquired, the site was approved for a mixed-use project with commercial uses along the street frontage and 166 townhomes and lofts. Unfortunately, this was also during the time of the Great Recession. The residential market had collapsed, and the city had reconsidered and wasn't a fan of the project as designed. Over the years, we've pursued multiple different uses on the site and tried to work cooperatively with staff to create a viable project that fits the city's needs. Every plan we discussed, from the original plan to the most recent one proposing active senior partners, has always planned commercial uses on this corner. This proposed project is appropriate along a major road. It's consistent with past uses and current zoning, and will dramatically improve this area. It should also encourage further interest in the land to the east, ultimately turning this underutilized space into something beautiful for the city. Additionally, the property and sales tax that will be generated is critical to the city right now. As a taxpayer and landowner, I strongly encourage the City Council to approve this project. I'm available to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Thank you.
I do have one more caller, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Umar Khan, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, yeah, I'm sorry. I had read my statement earlier, so I believe I've already stated what I was going to say.
Okay,
sorry.
thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you. So the appellant will have 2 minutes of rebuttal, if you have anything else you'd like to add.
That will be Diane, if you want to take that from here, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilperson, staff, and City Attorney, Mr. Ballinger. Good to see everyone. Glad that everyone's safe and healthy. I don't really have anything. I would rather reserve my time after council persons. If you have any questions or comments, I would save it for, I think there's a lot of questions that people might have. I know that there's the vacant ordinance bill, building ordinances on this evening. I'm glad to see that. I think that might answer some of your questions and resolve some of the issues in connection with the 7-Eleven that will be moving over to this location. I was glad to see that, and I know that a number of citizens are glad to see that that is changing. So as far as there wasn't a whole lot of comments. I know that the move over is not just fuel oriented. There are several issues I think that the current operator is having. There's some safety issues in connection with that parking lot. It's extremely small, extremely dark to come in off of Racket Club. That will be improved greatly by this new location. I know there is some issues with lighting. I think, in fact, the applicant, my client, has had to work with city staff to reduce the lighting a little bit. The landscaping has been addressed, so I will reserve and answer any questions you might have after discussion.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we will now close the public hearing, and we will open it up for comments and questions from the council members. Sure, there are some. Councilmember Woods.
I'm happy to go first. First of all, I want to disclose that the developer actually had contacted me to review the plan, and I listened to their presentation very politely and asked a few questions. So I just wanted to clarify that in case he's contacted anyone else on the council. We've also received several pieces of communication, and I received several telephone calls asking us to deny this project and to uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the project. I couldn't agree more. With all due respect to the applicant for wanting to develop a site, and all due respect to staff for thinking development would be a good thing, I think it's the wrong place and the wrong type of development for what it is. And I can give you the litany of reasons why. First of all, we have an enormous, in that section of town, which happens to be in my district, we have an enormous amount of abandoned buildings from businesses that have failed. Several of those buildings currently boarded up. That's blight. An open lot is not blight. They're looking to develop on an open lot that I do not consider blight in any way. Closing the 7-Eleven that they currently have will increase that blight. They have no indication of anything that's going to come in and replace the current occupant. He's going to move across the street, as I think we just heard. So that will even make more blight in my district. This is something the residents do not want. The current 7-Eleven offers the opportunity for people just to walk from the entire neighborhood down to the 7-Eleven, get their needs, and then walk back home. And we see that quite frequently. In fact, that 7-Eleven has advertised to the neighborhood for free pizza slices and free hot dogs. So I'm sure with the new franchisees to kind of promote his business. It's very walkable. It's on the street. It's very visible when you come into town. It offers a great 7-Eleven. It is very close. It's within a mile to another 7-Eleven already, as would the new one would be. Putting it across the street means people would have to cross a very busy intersection, walk way far south, walk across a fueling station, and into the 7-Eleven store. That is not urban, that is suburban. This model that they presented to us is a completely suburban model with a gas station in front and a 7-Eleven pushed way to the back. As we heard from our director, I don't think it meets the intent of the mixed use multi-use definition in our general plan. I think it misses it. Mixed use, by providing one little gate between what could be proposed as a future residential and this project, is not mixed use. I'm sorry, Mr. Applicant, this is not mixed use. It's a good attempt to be mixed use after the conversations you've had with staff, but it doesn't make it. Lastly, we don't need a gas station here. Within a mile, less than a mile north on the same exact street and less than a mile south on the same exact street, we have 2 gas stations that are doing relatively well. One is historic, and it also has a little convenience store in it. We have a food desert, and and this area is within our food desert. We just approved the food desert as a city council, and quite frankly, convenience stores were not seen to fulfill the needs of a food desert. This does not fulfill the needs of a food desert. Having a basket of fruit at your front counter does not fulfill the needs of a food desert. It is not a grocery store. It is a convenience store, and conveniently can get to by only a car. We are trying to make a walkable community in this city and to develop something brand new that's an entrance to our city that you have to actually drive to, I think is a complete disservice to our residents. One moment. I know staff talked about bringing the building closer to the street to make it walkable like the current 7-Eleven. They can do that. It's possible. The easement would have no effect on that. What they can't do is do that and do a gas station. It's the gas station really that's the big problem here. Once you put a gas station in, the ground under that gas station becomes a gas station forever. It will not be revitalized into something else. The ground becomes contaminated. You have to remove tanks, and you're going to have what will be high-density residential right adjacent to that. Not a good model for what we want ultimately for that site whatsoever. You know, side to all of that, the architecture of this, although the canopy they worked very closely with staff to design a canopy that's appealing to our aesthetic here, the building itself does not. The building is just suburban, Orange County, anywhere type of a building, and it has no sense of place, especially when we have the visitor center just up the street that is so architecturally significant. We have some beautiful landscaping between there and this place that they're proposing. It's way out of scale. It's way out of place. I'll reserve more comments for later, but I cannot support this. Oh, one other comment I wanted to say, if you look at page 2 of the staff report, 3rd paragraph down, the designation of mixed use by our general plan is integrated element of the neighborhood. It's not. The current one is a mixed, the one they want to do is not. The next sentence, the next part of the general plan, harmonious relationships between the commercial uses and adjacent residentials shall be achieved through compatibility of site design, building scale, pathways, and circulation design and architectural treatment of the structures. It is far from that. It in no way has any of those elements that our general plan requires. So to make I think our planning commission did exactly what was called for. They made it it's inconsistent with our general plan and our vision for our city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. If I can maybe ask the planning director, having heard Councilmember Wood's comments, I believe staff's recommendation is that we overturn the planning commission. So I'd like maybe to hear your reasons why you believe we should overturn the planning commission and maybe your responses to Councilmember Wood's comments. So we can hear that as well.
Certainly. When staff initially reviewed the project earlier this year, we reviewed it for conformance to the development standards of the C1 zone district where the property is located. We also reviewed it for conformance to the general plan in terms of the zoning and the alignment with the general plan. And based on that, we had recommended approval of the project, finding it generally to be compliant with both the zoning and the general plan. What we had wanted to do was to just make sure that it was clear that staff had originally recommended approval of the project. You will see that the Planning Commission did not agree with staff's assessment, and in particular with our assessment relative to the general plan and also to criterion number 2 of the conditional use permit findings. That happens occasionally where the Planning Commission, based on their analysis or the testimony that may be presented at the meeting itself, may come to a different conclusion than staff. And so in terms of presenting this to you this evening, we just wanted to preserve the fact that staff had originally recommended approval of the project, but the Planning Commission found differently. Secondly, going on to Councilmember Wood's comments about the general plan in terms of whether or not this project complies, I would say that we have always had in the back of our mind how would the commercial component here adjacent to North Palm Canyon connect and work with the residential component. I would say that he is correct in his assessment that there needs to be pedestrian connections. Those two components need to function together. And so staff made an assessment not having adequate information to do so without knowing what the residential component at the rear will be. And so we had attempted to condition the project so that that could be addressed. So again, it's an interpretation of the general plan. I think what Councilmember Woods has said about the mixed-use nature of the project is an assessment that is fair and consistent with the intent of the general plan and the goals of the general plan. In terms of looking at whether the use is necessary, he has pointed out that there are gas stations and other convenience stores that are available in the neighborhood. So again, it's an assessment that differs from what the Planning Commission did. But this is a discretionary item, a discretionary hearing, and so for that reason, you may see a difference of opinion. I think what is critical is that whether it's staff who's making the assessment, Planning Commission who's making the assessment, or City Council who's making the assessment, it needs to be based on findings. And Councilmember Woods has put forth a case that it does not meet those findings.
Thank you, and I appreciate that and appreciated Councilmember Wood's comments. And just to confirm with the planning director, one of the conditions that we're required to find is that this is either necessary or desirable. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That is the language from condition number 2 or criterion number 2.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions and comments? Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up question for staff. Since we're looking at the use is necessary or desirable for the development of the community. And I appreciate Councilmember Wood's comments, and in public hearing items, we never decide until we're hearing from everyone and hearing all of the evidence in front of us. I just had a question related to the development of the community and economic development. I actually do find some of that site blighted. I do wish that our vacant building ordinance covered vacant land because I think it impacts economic development and the development of the surrounding area, which hasn't occurred for a long time. So perhaps our city manager, who's been here for 20 years and has ridden that wave of development of this area of the city, could give information about in response on that topic. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I didn't hear the second part of that, the question. I'm sorry.
Just in terms of the development of that site and the development of the surrounding region, some of the issues in the history of developing on this location, or the history with the grocery stores and trying to recruit businesses. I'm just wondering, in terms of the development of the surrounding community and the, that factor. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Over the years, there's been a significant effort in that area, particularly to have a grocery store in that area, and that's been difficult because of just the demographics. It's not a 360-degree radius of homes, which would supply customers, obviously, with the mountains on one side. So that was always a challenge. And then the population sort of on the edge of the city. And so that's always been a challenge to get businesses in that area where there was vacant stores, and there used to be a grocery store, and then that strip mall, a lot of vacancies over the years. Now it's been starting to come back with sort of more focused kinds of businesses. The grocery stores we were not able to do up to this point. That being said, we haven't had other projects on that particular parcel that I'm aware of recently, and the planning director can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But the focus has been trying to develop that over the years, and we have not had a whole lot of success.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following up on that same thing, the building right next to the existing 7-Eleven is vacant. 3 buildings down is vacant. A building across the street is vacant. And I guess if we're going to look at community development, what are we doing for all of that? And then we're going to have another vacant building. I would like to hear from staff on what we're going to do about all those vacant buildings and what our programs are in place before we put in a new gas station.
And Councilman, that has been the challenge. For example, a lot of years at the ICSC conference in Las Vegas and dealing with brokers, over the years we've had a specific focus on that area of the city. Again, just the demographics of it in terms of the numbers of residents has been a big drawback. What we found is that they obviously wanted to be in the corridors such as Ramon and Gene Autry. That's where we've had the success. So Jay Verrett, our economic development director, wants to make a couple comments of some of the other efforts that we've been trying to achieve there.
Yes, I would just add that this particular location or the general area of North Palm Springs is exactly where our consultant Buxton has been looking at for retail attraction. And while they do have some prospects for us, we weren't able to pursue them because COVID came around and kind of changed the circumstances. So the existing properties do have some potential, and our efforts for that area are to use the data we have. And as the city manager explained, there's not enough rooftops in the area to incentivize businesses to go there, but we do have cell phone counts. So we know how many visitors come through the area, and we can use that to help attract other retailers. So with that information, unfortunately, we haven't had the chance to put that to the test, though.
Now, we have seen over the years, as some of those other housing developments start to fill in, those numbers will start to change in a more positive direction, just from a business model, but that's sort of where we are at this moment.
Can I ask a question? Sorry, Councilmember Middleton, did you have a question?
Actually, I was going to make a comment, but you go ahead.
I was going to ask Flynn, Director of Development Services, if with the general plan designation, you could actually build, although the envision was maybe a combination of retail and residential, you could build all residential, is that correct?
We have seen that happen with other areas where there is a mixed-use designation. We have seen an all residential building come in. So it is possible, and I think that's one of the shortfalls of the language in the general plan right now. And one of the things that we are working towards correcting as part of the update is to be a little bit more specific in terms of what we want to see in mixed-use areas. But yes, you're correct, it could be all residential potentially.
And I think we have a nice example of that with Icon. It's low density, but Icon faces 111, and it's just barely north of this potential project. Thank you.
Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I reviewed this, and clearly the community and the neighborhood there have significant issues with this project. And when I looked at it first in terms of substituting one building for another, you could certainly see that having the ability to have a larger facility could be attractive. But I think Councilmember Woods makes an extremely good case that there are a significant number of vacant buildings in that area, and that what we are doing is adding to the potential for another vacant building in the area. We know at least initially it would be a vacant building. We've not seen any commercial studies that would indicate that in fact there is a reuse of that facility that would be in the offing. So I'm very sympathetic to Mr. Khan and small family-run businesses, but this is a problematic property. We have proposals for building on that property go back to my time on the Planning Commission. But I think we should continue to try to find a viable development for the property that is proposed here than what we're seeing tonight. So I will support the decision of the Planning Commission.
Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate what Councilmember Woods and Councilmember Middleton have said. I think part of this too is being intentional about the entrance to our city and yes, taking stock of what's already there. I do agree with Councilmember Holstage that vacant land as this one is also a problem that we have to address. But I don't think that this particular project is the solution. I'm also concerned with just the number of gas stations we have in a time where we're changing dramatically on how we travel and electric cars are becoming more popular. I thought Councilmember Wood's point about what happens to a space once a gas station is there is very compelling as well. We really have to be thinking of the future and our environment and what that will look like. I do think that this would be a different discussion if it were, if a gas station were not there. I don't know where that would go, but I do think it would change things. But at this time, I think I know that was mentioned that there weren't any calls in about the project. However, we did receive many emails, and I think I only saw one that was supportive of the project. The rest were from neighborhood groups and community members stating that they did not want another convenience store in the area. So I think that the Planning Commission made the right decision.
Thank you. Just want to add one, I appreciate the applicant, and I think you've heard that the desire to develop that site is there. But one of the conditions that we have to find is that this is either necessary or desirable. And so while I don't like the idea of the other building becoming vacant, I'm really trying to focus on what the conditions in front of us are. And this clearly isn't necessary. And we have not heard from one resident that they want this. And I think it doesn't meet the desirable condition that we need to find in order to overturn the Planning Commission. I think that Councilmember Woods went through some, Councilmember Garner, concern about the gas station, the location on the other side of Palm Canyon, the number of convenience stores. There's 7-Eleven a few blocks south. That was also, I remember being at a city council meeting a decade ago, that was going to be a new deli type 7-Eleven, and it's the same old 7-Eleven as the old one. but I've heard anything from any resident who thinks this is desirable, and I don't see that this fits that condition. So I can't make the finding for those reasons. So I just want to share my rationale. Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Thank you. Just to add to this, I think this is a difficult one because we do want to see development in this area. We do appreciate people who own local and, businesses here and live in our community. And we want to support you and your family. But I also find that it's detrimental to future uses, like Councilmember Woods laid out. It's a hard day as the governor announced that gas-powered vehicles are going to be phased out and won't be on the market anymore. And so in terms of future uses, I do think that's important on that site as well as future residential uses nearby. So I think that is a problem as well in that second finding.
Thank you. If no one else on council has questions or comments, is there a motion?
I would make a motion to uphold the planning commission and add the additional findings we talked about today. That's my motion.
I'd second that motion.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Woods, seconded by Councilmember Garner.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you to the applicant for joining us.
And Mayor and council members, if I could make a recommendation, based on that action, staff and the city attorney's office would recommend that we bring back at the next available council meeting some findings in support of that decision based on the discussion that was had by the city council. That would be a consent calendar item.
Great, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much, Mr. Ballinger. The next item is 2B, a public hearing under Government Code Section 53083 to approve a hotel operations covenant between the City of Palm Springs and Resorts Palm Springs LLC, which is the Santiago Resort Hotel, pursuant to the city's hotel incentive program. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you. The proposed action is to hold a public hearing under Section 53083 of the California Government Code to consider a hotel operations covenant agreement with Resorts Palm Springs LLC, the owner of Santiago Resort Hotel. The owners have applied under the Phase 2 Hotel Renovation Program to enter into a hotel operations covenant agreement to help finance renovations at the Santiago Hotel. Under the program, the owner would benefit by receiving 50% of the net new transient occupancy tax, or TOT, for 10 years. This is the TOT above what the hotel is already generating and is estimated to be $104,000 over the 10-year period. The city would also benefit by receiving 50% of the net new transit occupancy tax for 10 years, estimated to be $104,000. After the initial 10-year period, the city would receive 100% of the TOT. And I've got some slides of the project to show you. The project is located at 650 East San Lorenzo, near the northeast corner of Mesquite and Palm Canyon and South Palm Canyon. You can see that with the red dot on the map shown on the screen. The project includes installation of new energy-efficient doors and windows, and as you can see, some of this work has already been complete. All guest rooms will be updated with new furniture and fixtures as shown in the images. And some of this work has been complete. Not all the rooms have been worked on. But as you'll see in the next slide, the majority of the work will be with the bathroom renovations. These will be redesigned and retrofitted. The work would include demolishing the existing tiling, repainting, adding new fixtures and a vanity, adding glass showers, and non-skid flooring. The grounds will also receive new landscaping and lighting, and installation in the parking area of one EV Level 2 car charging station. Yeah, that's the last slide. Yeah, sorry. I just want to go over some of the financial controls that have been implemented into the new program. I don't have slides for these, but I'm going to mention them briefly. The base that's used to calculate the shared TOT increases annually by 3% or the consumer price index, whichever is higher. This addresses the natural growth that would have happened due to inflation, which is to say it reduces the delta or the amount that is shared from increasing just because of inflationary factors. The TOT sharing ends after 10 years. And finally, and probably one of the more effective controls, is that the total amount the owner can receive is capped at the amount of their investment. And in the case of the Santiago Hotel, the cap is $685,000. Contracts and receipts will have to be submitted to substantiate these expenditures. So in conclusion, staff is recommending approval of the Hotel Operations Incentive Agreement with Resorts Palm Springs and is available to answer questions. One of the owners, James Hansen, is available on the phone to answer questions about this project also.
Great. First, thank you for the presentation and the staff report and for explaining this new program since I think we passed it before Council members Garner and Woods were on council. There are a lot of changes from the former hotel incentive renovation program, which was really limited to only large hotels, as $1 million had to be spent and didn't have the cost of living increases. So I appreciate you laying all that out. And I'd like to open this up if any council members have questions for staff before we open the public hearing. Councilmember Woods. You're muted, Councilmember.
Jay, thank you for the report and thank you for the work in making this happen. I think one of the beauties, and I just want to confirm with you, of a program like this is that they are required to pay prevailing wages. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. In case Jay's not at the mic, it's yes. It is part of the requirement here.
Great. Thank you. That's all, Mr.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I will open the public hearing. The applicant has chosen not to speak unless we have questions after the public hearing. So it is now open to any member of the public who can speak for 2 minutes. City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Mr. Mayor, I have no public comments for this item.
So we will close the public hearing. And now we can make comments and questions. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank staff for the work that was done on this and for the owners of the Santiago Hotel for the investment that they're making. This is a project that is in my district. It's actually in my neighborhood, a couple of blocks from my home, more than the 500 feet requirement, but it's San Lorenzo is a great street and includes many properties, and I am very thrilled to see the improvements that will be taking place and happy to support this project.
Thank you. And I want to just highlight for the public, this is one of the changes and programs that came out of the Economic Development Business Retention meetings that Mayor Pro Tem Holstich and I have with the business community. And the two of us work closely with staff and with Jay on this program. And one of the things I heard a lot when I was running, now 5 years ago, was the hotel incentive program that had expired really was only for big hotels. The small hotels didn't get the same benefit. And we really wanted to formulate a program that every hotel could take advantage of. And what's so great about this program is they're investing their own money and they only get half of the increase in the TOT. So it's really a win-win. It doesn't cost the city anything. It's new investment that wouldn't have happened otherwise. And so it's a really creative program, and I appreciate the efforts of staff and Mayor Pro Tem Holstage on making this happen. And even with COVID, that we're seeing this kind of project come forward is a really good sign, I think, for the city and for our tourism industry. And I've gotten questions now on a tourism call because of this coming forward from other hotels who forgot that we had this passed and want to move forward with other programs. So I'm excited to see that. Any other comments or questions or a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Middleton, seconded by Councilmember Woods.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Yes.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. Before we get into our vacant building and blighted properties ordinance, which may take some time, do people want to take a short bio break? So it's 7:46, 7:55, 9 minutes, please. See you all soon. Thanks, everyone. Our next item is item 3A, consideration of an ordinance amending Chapter 8.80 of the Palm Springs Municipal Code entitled Vacant Buildings, Blighted Properties. Staff report, please. I believe Mr. Ballinger.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the item before you is an ordinance revision to our Chapter 8.80, which deals with vacant and boarded buildings. It really is sort of just a streamlining of our current ordinance. Since I've come on board as city attorney, we have been working with Chapter 8.80 a fair amount, and we've concluded that it could use a bit of streamlining. And so our office has worked with the building department and the code enforcement department to make sure that this streamlined ordinance will still be effective. It does a number of things. First, it reorganizes the chapter into two separate and distinct sections, one dealing with vacant buildings and one dealing with boarded buildings. The ordinance also deletes a number of terms that were defined terms that weren't actually then used in the chapter, and so we've removed those defined terms. We've done what we think is kind of a simplification of the ordinance. We've removed some kind of redundant provisions. We also made some revisions to the enforcement provisions that will authorize code enforcement staff to issue the notices, issue fines, administrative fines, rather than leaving that entirely to the building official. And so this will provide for additional enforcement authority. We moved some of the substantive regulations from the definition section. I see that sometimes in ordinances, and I find that it's better to leave the definition section to definitions and leave the substantive provisions elsewhere in the chapter. It adds a generally applicable service provision that just defines how service of notices are to be provided for all of the service provisions throughout the chapter. It also maintains the current substantive provisions in terms of building definition of vacant building. That essentially remains the same. It also maintains the boarding requirements. So the substantive provisions of the ordinance remain the same. Again, this is just kind of a streamlining. At the same time, we looked at some other ordinances that have, some other cities that have ordinances. In particular, we looked at the San Francisco's municipal code dealing with vacant buildings. We found some similarities and some differences. In general, ours was a bit more rigorous than San Francisco's, and so we were happy to see that based on the history and what we know about vacant buildings and boarded buildings here in town. So that is a general summary of the ordinance. I'm certainly available to answer any questions. I heard during the previous agenda item that there may be some questions about vacant, undeveloped property. I'm certainly available to answer those questions as well as any others.
Great, thank you. So any questions, comments, discussion? Councilmember Woods and Councilmember Garner.
Hi, Jeff. Thank you very much. I'm looking at page 9 of the staff report, item F, which gives the definition of the boundaries where this can be found. Am I reading this correctly that this ordinance would not cover property between Vista Chino and then Racket Club to the north?
Are you referring to the downtown uptown definition?
Yes.
So that area is where we have the authority to issue heightened or increased fines. That's the primary use of that defined area. You will see on page 19 of your staff of your agenda packet. The fine for properties located in the downtown and uptown district, those are higher. They start at $2,500. They then go to $5,000 and up to $25,000. So if it's within that area, the city has authority to issue higher fines.
And would it be possible on page to expand that boundary to Racket Club?
Certainly, it would be within your authority as a council if you want to modify that boundary. It's really whatever boundary the council feels is kind of maybe an area that's subject to heightened scrutiny for vacant and boarded buildings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
And just following up on that comment from Councilmember Woods, we could have the same fines anywhere in the city if we wanted, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Other questions and comments? Councilmember Garner, sorry, I forgot you were next.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have a lot of questions. Bear with me as I'm all digital. So on page 8 of the packet, it's talking about properly and adequately maintained. And one of the things says, the number 2 says substantially detract from the aesthetic and property values of neighboring properties. I'm just curious, who makes that determination about what substantially detracts from the aesthetic and property values? How is that determined?
That is a fair question, and aesthetics is kind of in the eye of the beholder, and so the initial determination would be by the code enforcement officer or the building official who would be inspecting the property, and they would be working with the city attorney's office, and if they determined that those standards were met, then they would issue the notices and the citations and the fines. Ultimately, if it's challenged by the property owner, then it would be up to the Administrative Appeals Board and ultimately a court if it goes there.
Thank you. Along those same lines, do we currently offer any support for residents to help them come into compliance? I think that as we're bringing this forward, we're wanting to really start actually using this in a more significant way. And so I just want to make sure that residents who might have homes that are considered blight, what are we doing to help them come into compliance, if anything? And if not, then maybe that's another discussion.
So I'll maybe defer to Jay in terms of any kind of monetary assistance. I do know from working with our code enforcement staff that compliance is always our primary goal. Our goal is not to issue fines. We only issue fines when it becomes absolutely abundantly clear that a property owner is unwilling to bring their property into compliance. So we give them multiple opportunities before we move directly to the fines. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Jay.
But I would note, Jay's going to comment on a couple programs that we have, but generally we do not have any citywide general, in essence, incentives or ability to assist people with bringing into compliance. So again, what we would do, obviously we would work with the landowner if they needed more time or because of their circumstances. So we certainly have the discretion on that end. We did have a few small home repair programs, and I'll let our community development director explain those.
Good evening again. What we do have is provided through our CDBG program, and it is minor home repair funds. Now, these are typically used for life safety type of repairs, water heaters, coolers, cooling systems and such. But, if there are other code violations that they would have to address, which may be related to those life safety systems, this would be a potential source. And we have a couple nonprofit organizations who administer this, along with the city also. As you know, we reserve a small amount of funding from the CDBG for the home repair program.
Thank you. The next question I have is, let's see. There's mention several times to the property improvement program, but I didn't see that defined or described anywhere.
So the property improvement program is on page 10 of your agenda packet. It basically allows for artwork in windows or store frontage, and it's a program that I think I've heard discussed by various council members on occasion that would allow the storefronts, rather than being vacant and boarded, to have maybe art displays or or merchandise displays put in them.
Thank you. I missed that. Thank you. That's helpful. Then the other thing in terms of criminal penalties, I mean, I understand that we're trying to get people into compliance and we're not even finding people until it's really necessary. But I'm just wondering about including this at all for criminal penalties. What is the purpose? And I know that it's not just in this code section, and it's in several code sections within our city. And I'm just curious if the city attorney can discuss that more, why we have it and it's necessary, and if there's reason to remove it at all.
I would say that most code enforcement related ordinances will have it specifically called out. The fact is, even without this provision, under California law, a violation of a city ordinance is a misdemeanor subject to criminal fines of $1,000 or 6 months in county jail. As you mentioned, though, it's something that is rarely used. In the year and a half that I've served as city attorney, we haven't used criminal penalties for any code enforcement related matters. So if that's an explanation.
Thank you. And then just one more thing about the fees for commercial and residential properties. Are those the same or are they different? I was a little bit confused, and maybe it's in there and I just missed it.
You know, that is not in this ordinance. That is something that is in our fee resolution that we update every year, and I'm afraid I don't have that information available right now, but I can certainly get it for you and provide it to you before the second reading, should this be introduced tonight.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for now. I might have comments later.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
I have a question, and I appreciate the work on this. I know this is primarily cleaning up the ordinance and the way it was written. And I appreciate all the hard work to get there. I know I was on the subcommittee working on this, I think, and we talked about this for a while. I just saw that staff had laid out the differences between the San Francisco ordinance. And I was wondering if there are any substantive changes possibly from the San Francisco ordinance that staff is recommending at this time, or if it's just everything else that's identified.
I would say the only thing that I noticed in the San Francisco ordinance that we don't have that I found kind of intriguing was they specifically require fire and liability insurance for registered vacant buildings. If there was something from their ordinance that I might recommend that the council consider, it'd probably be that one.
Thank you. I agree. I had flagged that as well. So I wonder if the council might want to consider adding that in to our changes here. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you. And just before anyone else, I agreed with that. It's one I had flagged as well, so thank you. And I do really want to thank the city attorney. This is a significant cleanup that will make it much easier for people to understand and follow this. You know, we had terms that were defined that then we didn't use. So I knew this took a lot of work and just wanted to thank you for making this a very user-friendly ordinance, as far as ordinances are ever user-friendly, but much easier to follow and understand. So thank you for that. Other comments, questions? Councilmember Garner.
I think Councilmember Middleton should.
Oh, sorry.
Before me.
Comment. I want to pick up on the comment that Councilmember Woods said. And I would also like us to look at the boundary for the southern boundary of this to extend not simply to Ramon, but to extend to the Tahquitz Creek Wash.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering, so just on that subject, maybe we can talk about it. You know, if we're going to have commercial areas with fines, it might make sense rather than extending, just having them consistent. neighborhood commercial being blighted is as important as, major arteries being blighted. And I would like to see us just be consistent in our commercial areas, regardless of where they are. Because you can go south of the Paquiswash and there's commercial. We can go north of Racket Club, right? And there's some commercial. And that's the entry to the city. So why not make them consistent throughout the city instead of what we had before, which was just downtown, uptown. So my preference, which I think it was then, but maybe not, I don't remember. But now I think it was just all commercial should be treated the same wherever it is. Unless people feel differently, obviously. It's just I thought I'd raise that for discussion.
I don't see a reason to have a two-tier. It could be easier.
Especially on some of our smaller commercial that's out of any of those areas is new and developing, and we want those neighborhoods not to have blighted commercial in those areas as well.
I agree. I think that's where we see some problems with vacant buildings, like in South Palm Springs. So I think that's important to not have, a tiered system that's different.
So we make it even more simple, Jeff.
So what I'm hearing is basically non-residential, whether it's commercial or industrial, would be subject to these higher fines wherever they're located within the city, but residential would be subject to our normal administrative fine amounts. Is that right?
That would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
That would also help in South Palm Springs, in the area at the turn between South Palm Canyon and East Palm Canyon, which I would like to address, but was hard to define as downtown.
Okay. Any other suggestions or questions, comments? Councilmember Garner.
Yeah. So with this, I think the big thing that I just want to kind of come back to is that when we're talking about homeowners and blight, I think it's very different than when we're talking about commercial tenants and blight. And so I know that, what's clear is that we don't have really a whole lot going on in our city to help with residents who need assistance in doing that. I know that I've been in contact with Habitat for Humanity about getting some landscaping assistance for some elderly residents, but they only do work for elderly or disabled residents. And I think that we have a lot of residents that are low income or not even low income, but just don't have finances to put towards something like that. And I think as many of you are homeowners, once things kind of get out of control in a property, it's very daunting to try to fix it. So I'm just wondering for the future what we can do to be proactive in helping our residents come into compliance with this code and kind of working together to do that. And I do appreciate that code enforcement does work with residents to make sure that they're in compliance. But if there's not any monetary or physical help, then that might be quite a long time before that's achieved. So I'm just hoping that that's something that we can do in the future to support this ordinance.
I think Councilmember Garner raises a good point regarding a number of homeowners who simply do not have either the financial or physical capacity to repair their homes. And through 1PS and Neighborhoods USA, I'm aware of some programs almost always started locally that have targeted exactly that population that has homes that just simply not in a condition to be able to upgrade. So I'd like to see us try to reach out as much as we can with our neighborhood organizations and with others to develop philanthropy around helping those who need help. At the same time, we also have some homes where family members have owned the home for a very long time. They're hospitalized in long-term care, and the inheritors of those estates are just simply unwilling to maintain the upgrades. So, and a million other stories. We need to be able to know who has capacity and who does not, and make sure we help those who do not have.
And thank you, Councilmember Middleton and Garner, for that. And I think just for staff on that, if we can just add that to the list of issues to come back to us, so we have some time to do some research on some other programs, so it doesn't fall off. But if we actually put it on the list of future items to bring back, that'll keep us focused on making sure we do that. Because I do think the distinction that Councilmember Middleton just made is really real, right? We had some homes that were really problems, and then we have homes where people just don't have the resources, but would like to do it. And that distinction is important. If we can find resources and have a program to help them, that's a win-win for everyone.
Mayor and Council, something that I've seen other cities do is have code enforcement keep a list of resources, whether it's faith-based organizations, nonprofits, schools, court systems that have juvenile offenders or whatever doing work, and even the military who have kind of nonprofit or community assistance time. Keep that list in the code enforcement department because those are the folks who come into contact with the property owners, and if they can refer them to those resources, it makes it a little bit easier sometimes.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Thank you. I think these are all really good points, and I do remember that the main intention of our ordinance was commercial vacant buildings and blighted buildings, which are causing a lot of problems, and less so to punish or criminalize people who are living in poverty or who are unable to take care of their homes for residential. So I hear that comment by Councilmember Garner, and I'm wondering if there are actually changes that we might want to consider now while we're looking at this in terms of different, writing the ordinance, and if there are any changes that staff would recommend to not punish or have such high penalties for residential in this way. Because it's nice. I've gone out with Habitat for Humanity to work on homes in Lawrence Crosley and other neighborhoods. They do great work. There are very limited resources here for folks. And it really is a wide range of people who just can't have time or many different issues to actually keep up their homes. So we do want to make the distinction of, the people who need help versus the people who are bad property owners. But I just wanted to see if we could discuss that now instead of waiting, because sometimes when we wait, it might be 5 years before this ordinance comes back. So I don't know if the city staff has a recommendation there, or if it's something that we just do need to bring back later.
As a general comment, you are correct. The original intent of this was on the commercial side, where we've had experiences where, for example, a business had burnt, and years go by, the insurance money was paid to the owner and it was left in a unrepaired state, or there was others that just basically a vacant blighted building that would sit there for years and years. So the idea of this ordinance was to give us some teeth to force the property owner not to maintain that blighted building. So the intent was the commercial. With regard to residential, we've never focused on that in the sense of the commercial, because the blighting influences were more, I would say, scattered throughout the city, and it seemed like we were able to get better compliance on the residential than on the commercial. So this was generally geared towards the commercial. If we wanted to roll back some of the fines on the commercial, on the residential, staff would be fine with that. There are some, you talk about creative programs, there are things where there could be low-interest loans that go on the tax rolls, small grants that I've seen cities do. So that's obviously something for future discussion. But again, the focus was commercial. So if you want to roll back some on the residential, that certainly would not be, staff would not oppose that.
Thank you. I definitely think talking about those other solutions would be helpful in the future because that is more effective than criminalizing it. Thank you.
Anyone have anything else or a motion?
I'll make a motion. I don't know if I'm going to get everything caught that we talked about, so I'll make a motion for the staff recommendation with the idea that we do not have a two-tier system, we have a one-tier system, and we choose the higher of the two tiers. And then anything else we want to add to that?
We also wanted to include the requirement for fire and liability insurance coverage.
Right.
For registered vacant buildings.
That's like San Francisco, correct. So that's accepted. Yeah, exactly.
That would be my second and my friendly amendment, and I think we're there.
Councilmember Garner.
One question, sorry, would it be appropriate, since we're discussing this, to have anything in here that specifically states that code enforcement will assist a homeowner in giving them a list of resources like the city attorney mentioned? Is that something that we would put in the ordinance to just, I don't know, be more friendly to homeowners or show our intent to work with homeowners?
I think we can come up with some language to that effect for the second reading, yes.
If that's appropriate for if everyone else agrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can add that if Christy agrees. Great.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Woods, second by Mayor Pro Tem Holstage, and some friendly amendments by Mayor Pro Tem Holstage and Councilmember Garner in the motion.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next item is 3B, discussion regarding temporary
Mr. Mayor?
moratorium on eviction.
I do need to read the ordinance title, I'm sorry. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, amending Chapter 8.80 of the Palm Springs Municipal Code entitled Vacant Buildings, Blighted Properties. Thank you.
So item 3B is discussion regarding temporary moratorium on evictions for commercial tenancies and possible extension, termination, or modification of such moratorium. Staff report, please.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the item before you is a discussion and possible action item with regard to the city's COVID-related eviction moratorium for commercial tenancies. As the council will recall, at the September 10th council meeting, the City Council discussed the city's current COVID-related eviction moratorium for residential tenancies, and in light of AB 3088, the council directed staff to not bring back any further extensions. And so that moratorium protection will expire at the end of this month. What's before you tonight is really a discussion and consideration of what, if anything, the council wants to do with regard to COVID-related evictions for non-residential, in other words, primarily commercial properties. At the September 10th council meeting, the City Council asked for some information in terms of what other cities and counties are doing in California. At that time, AB 3088 had just passed, and so there wasn't a whole lot of information, but staff in the City Attorney's Office was able to obtain some information on about 24 or so cities and counties. That is included in the staff report. As well as a supplemental staff report that was issued today based on the the actions of some cities and counties since the original staff report was issued. One notable item that has happened since September 10th at the last council meeting is yesterday the governor issued Executive Order N-80-20, which among other things extended the time frame for protections against COVID-related evictions for commercial property. The time period under that executive order was extended until March 31st, 2021. So you'll see in the staff report and the supplemental staff report, some cities have extended their moratoria, other cities have not. They've let them lapse. It's kind of a hodgepodge of what cities have done. I also noted in this morning's supplemental staff report that since the last the last city council meeting, there have been 2 lawsuits that have been filed, one against the federal government based on the CDC's eviction moratorium, and also another lawsuit against the state, the County of Los Angeles, and a number of Los Angeles cities. That second lawsuit was really primarily based on those agencies' residential eviction moratorium, not on their commercial moratorium, although many of those agencies' ordinances had both, but the plaintiffs in those cases are primarily residential landlords. So you have several options tonight. One is you could simply allow the city's commercial moratorium to lapse as we've done with the residential moratorium. Another option is to extend it to some certain date. Another potential option is to sort of treat the city's commercial moratorium the way AB 3088 did with regard to future rental payments. And what that bill did was it said that in order for residential tenants to obtain the benefits of the state moratorium going forward, in other words, after September, those tenants had to make a payment of a certain percentage of their rent by January. And so if the council were so inclined, you could craft a similar provision so that the commercial tenants are required to pay some portion of their forward-going rent to their landlords. Those are just a couple of options. I also included in here a summary of Santa Monica and Los Angeles counties protection. They kind of focus on the type or the size of the commercial tenant and afford greater protection to smaller commercial tenants than to larger commercial tenants. That's another option that the City Council can do. I have included in the agenda packet a draft ordinance that contains options. The first 3 options, which, as I mentioned, would be to let it lapse, extend it to a date certain, or to require a certain percentage. So that concludes my staff presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
All right. So just one question on the staff report and the supplement. There are about 25 municipalities between cities and counties that are mentioned that at one point had a commercial moratorium. Is that all that had it of the about 540 cities and counties in the state?
I don't want to make that representation. That number was gleaned from a report that was posted online by a law firm representing a number of private interests, as well as a number of cities that my firm represents and that I'm aware of. And so I wouldn't want to suggest that that is all of the cities.
Okay. Similar to what I found in my looking, but it's fair to assume it's the small minority who've done what we've done as far as commercial eviction moratorium.
That would be accurate, yes.
Okay, just want to make sure that I understood that. So questions, comments? Councilmember Middleton and Councilmember Woods.
Question for Mr. Ballinger. Of the options that we have available, do we have an option of imposing a mediation requirement prior to any eviction?
I think that would be something that would be, yes, within the city's police power to impose, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just follow up on that. If we did something along those lines, maybe the city attorney, how would that work? So who would pay for it? Where would the mediators come from? What would that process be? It's something that had been raised by some folks to me as well, but they were stumped on how this would work. So I'm just sort of curious if you've seen this in other cities or on other issues, what something would look like, since we don't have mediators who work for the city, being a small city.
I can't say that I've seen an ordinance that requires it. I have seen several cities, including ours, our original moratorium kind of encouraged mediation. So we would definitely have to work out the details of that. And I could look to see what other cities have done with regard to mediation. But certainly there would be costs if the parties weren't able to find a pro bono mediator.
Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Attorney, if we let ours expire, the states would kick in like we did with the residential. Am I correct in that assumption or not?
So that's a good question. The states, the governor's order doesn't create a moratorium itself. What it does is it allows cities and counties to adopt their own moratorium. So if ours lapses, then at some point the protection period would end for commercial tenants, and the effect would be that they would have to pay their rent by April 1st, 2021. So thank you for asking that. The state doesn't have a commercial moratorium in place. There is a residential moratorium in place, but not a commercial moratorium.
And the state hasn't had one at all throughout this, correct? I understand that.
Council, if you can hear me, we can't hear you. We're having a technical issue. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to recommend that we take a recess for 5 minutes so we can see what's going on. I'm going to recess the meeting. Thank you.
Welcome back from our unexpected recess there. Councilmember Garner, I think you were speaking.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with the commercial eviction moratorium, I think we heard from several people and received emails from business owners saying that this would benefit them. We also heard from some property owners who said that it was becoming difficult for them. And as I was reading through all of this, I was just thinking about the long-term impacts of this on the business owners as well. And I was just curious what everyone thought about requiring a percentage of rent to be paid. I'm just very concerned that we have these moratoriums and then it ends, and then how is everybody going to pay everything back? And I know that there's still time to pay it back, but if it extends, then it becomes an issue. So I'm wondering if there's something, by requiring a percentage to be paid, we're in a way kind of helping to make sure that there is some viability in this project and that something is being paid onto and that there's a plan in place for how to move forward. I just don't want us to suddenly be in a spot where we have lots of businesses closing suddenly because it was too abrupt.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Thank you. I agree. I share your concern. So the mayor and I did meet with commercial landlords through the Chamber of Commerce to get their input about this because, we need to hear from everyone and get that feedback. I think we all want the same thing, both landlords, local businesses. The city's interest is to retain our businesses. So the question is, what's the best way and what's the best public policy to ensure that we retain as many businesses as possible, all of the ones that can, make it through. We heard from them that actually our ordinance does require, and we worked this out, I think Councilmember Middleton really advocated for this, to require a portion of rent to be paid if you're able. And so, and I even think it has language there that if you get rental assistance or other government assistance, that has to go to rent. What we heard from the landlords or the property owners is that it's really unenforceable. One, because courts are essentially closed or the backlog is such that it's difficult to litigate these cases. And then it's just very difficult to actually enforce, what percentage they have to pay. So that's what we heard, at least in terms of feedback. To get to where we want to get to, save, and protect all of our businesses and protect their revenue stream for the city and protect, the storefronts in our commercial areas. I'm also concerned that just allowing it to expire and having these balloon payments as of April 1st is untenable for folks. And so I'm wondering, but I do hear, I think that it's difficult to extend this much further. Many cities did not do this. We chose to protect our businesses. At this point, we got feedback that, a lot of businesses are able to pay. They're working with their landlords. People have agreements in place. It's just some of the actors haven't done that. So I am wondering if there is either a middle ground where we can protect against like the rapid balloon payment, because, it's going to be really difficult for anyone to get in front of that without further extending in a way that allows people who aren't paying at all to stay there. Since businesses are now open and hopefully they'll stay open at significantly reduced capacities, but there is, business happening and they are open. So I don't like fully extending it for a long period of time, but I am worried about that balloon payment.
No, I think, one of the things we heard from a lot of the landlords, and I've heard from a lot of tenants, is a lot have worked out agreements, but the moratorium makes it for those tenants who aren't paying rent and don't want to work on an agreement, and there I'm sure are some landlords who don't, but it sort of makes it one-sided as far as the negotiation. And we did hear from a number of smaller property owners, are in the hole several $100,000 because they didn't get PPP that was forgiven. They didn't have access to the same things because they don't have the number of employees that a business has. And they still have to pay their property taxes and their mortgages have not been delayed the way the state did for residential. So we could see properties foreclosed on, which doesn't help anyone. So that's the challenge. And I don't know, one of the things I was thinking about, do we, sort of end it, but maybe make the payment instead of over 6 months, over 12, but you have to pay, at least 10% a month, of your back rent. So we're spreading it out a little further if people are actually paying their rent moving forward. As I didn't figure out quite a framework, but something along those lines. Because if we go any further back, people are not going to be able to pay their rent and 6 months back rent within 6 months. It's just not. And the further we go, the less likely it is, and we're just delaying, and creating an impossibility at that point. That's not a solution, but just some thoughts. Councilmember Middleton.
Okay, thank you. We're struggling here. We're trying to find what the solution is that hits the right mark between all of the various parties, and that's what we do. It's who we are. But it's really, this is very hard work. With commercial, I've talked with local retailers, and they tell me that most of their landlords are working cooperatively with them, with a few exceptions. Then I talked to landlords and small business landlords, and I hear most of my tenants are doing their best and they're working hard, and some of my tenants that I know have had their businesses shuttered for significant periods of time have paid their rent consistently on time. And others that are having no difficulties whatsoever are looking at me and saying, well, take me to court, knowing that the courts aren't available to me at this point in time. I even heard from one landlord who has a tenant that is traded on the New York Stock Exchange, and I won't out who that particular tenant is, but they pay when they feel like they want to pay, and it has absolutely nothing to do with their capacity to pay. So I don't know if we could put a mediation program together where we would actually have somebody who can hear from both sides with the individual circumstances that we're dealing with. Somebody might have to pay for that mediation. I remember back early in this process, Dave Barron volunteered to work with other local attorneys to put together a network of individuals who would voluntarily do some mediation. I would like to see us try to follow up on something along those lines, whereby if we do any kind of extension, we do so in such a way that a landlord who is moving to evict has a right to clearly see evidence that indicates it's been COVID-19 and the downturn in the economy that's caused the tenant to not be able to pay their rent, and that that tenant is trying to work with the landlord, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstead.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if staff has a recommendation here in terms of economic development, in terms of the future of businesses and revenue in the city. If you have a recommendation to share with us.
Hello again, Jay Verada here. Yeah, that's a very tough situation, and things that come to mind are that, it's not just the landlord and the tenant. There's the bank, there's the insurance companies, and, not everybody is taking a hit the way it seems that the landlords and the tenants are. And Mayor Pro Tem, yes, businesses are vital to the survival of for the city, and so protecting and ensuring they get up and running and continue to operate is important for us. It's kind of like the lifeblood for municipalities. So if there's a way to spread the pain beyond just the landlords and tenants, that may help a bit. Maybe there's not necessarily mediation, but just almost a standard agreement where the landlord will forgive a certain amount and the tenant will pay a certain amount. And if you could bring mortgage companies into the mix, that much better. But it is a challenge. It's when the spigot's kind of turned off, it's tough to keep everything running.
I was just going to say, and thank you for that, Jay, it is a dilemma, and if the state was unable to get that worked out and the mortgage companies to delay payments, I don't know that we're going to be able to do that, although I wish we could. I mean, at some point, and one of the things I think Mayor Pro Tem Holstead and I heard is, it's all fallen on the landlords to some degree, right? They have not had the same access to the grants, and they've gotten, it hasn't been able to negotiate. I mean, many have negotiated. It seems a lot of the businesses, I've heard what Councilmember Middleton has heard from businesses and landlords. Most have done a really good job working together. There are a handful that haven't. And if we can somehow encourage or require mediation, obviously if you don't have two willing parties, it's hard. I think that's great. But the concern is, and it's a fair concern, is if we continue this and then people have 6 months on top of it, now we're, at a year, people don't pay rent. At some point, some are making money, they're not paying rent, and they're going to go bankrupt. And are we delaying the inevitable in those cases? There's no good answer here. So this is one of those challenges, but people have had 6 months of not risking eviction if they didn't pay rent due to COVID. I guess the city attorney, is there a way to, change requirements where people actually have to, let's say we said they had to pay at least half for some percentage of the rent moving forward and start paying back rent unless they have, evidence shows that, they didn't get PPP that could be used for rent. They didn't get grants and they have no income. And I don't know how we would even get that documentation. So is there something we can do like that?
I think you could certainly require, for example, a percentage of either the forward-going rent to be paid or a percentage of the previously accrued rent to be paid. I think if you move into anything other than a percentage, I think you'll move into what Mayor Pro Tem Holstead was mentioning earlier, which is really what we have in our ordinance right now, which is pay what you can, and as a matter of proof, that becomes sort of difficult for the property owner to prove if they ever end up in court. So if the council's inclined to go there, I would recommend a percentage rather than anything else.
It's hard to legislate this because so many are case by case basis. That's what we heard from businesses. That's what we heard from landlords. I mean, if we start mandating, which we don't know, what percentage is right for businesses, I think it gets into a difficult place. And one thing that we heard is that our ordinance is complicated in a way that is difficult to enforce when there is not a lot of court access. That just the presence, at least we heard, just the presence of the moratorium prevents evicting even bad actors, because then they have that as a defense, and it's just very difficult. And the process to evict a commercial tenant, is longer. So they're already looking at many months of that process trying to get through the courts if it, goes there. So, I'm not a big fan of mediation requirements. I think I advocated against it before as someone who's professionally mediated lots and lots of cases. It adds a lot of cost. It's not effective if the parties don't want to mediate. I mean, then you're paying a lot of money to sit there and say, no, we don't agree. And so, I love programs like the Human Rights Commission in the city of Palm Springs used to have, where we had a volunteer mediator for residential tenants. The city of Cathedral City does that, and I think it's effective. But for commercial, businesses, professional landlords, I just don't know if it'll really be effective to get where we want to go, because I think that they're already mediating. Most of them are, right? They're already having those conversations. They're already working out agreements that work for them. One thing I tried to get from businesses and landlords is there a trend? Is it just nail salons? Is it, different types of businesses that have been really effective and affected? And we tried to look at the TOT and look at different industries, but it just gets really case by case, because different businesses and landlords are in different situations. So it does seem hard to have a blanket policy that is right for everyone.
Councilmember Middleton.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem Holstage certainly makes a good case that mediation works when people want to mediate. Doesn't work when they don't. And it's the people who don't want it to work that are perhaps so much of the difficulty here. I have a little more faith in the process, but it does have its limitations, clearly. I'm a little concerned about setting a percentage in that I don't want the floor to become the ceiling, and that we set a percentage that everybody must pay, and then it becomes what those who have been paying their full rents decide, well, I'll drop back down. So I wish I could tell you that there's an easy solution to this, and I've got it, but I continue to believe that we should at least mandate an attempt at mediation. But I think we need to be really careful in venturing too far into trying to define the relationship between renters and commercial renters and landlords.
So let me ask this. And I'm somewhere, probably close to Mayor Pro Tem Holstage on the mediation. I think it's great when the parties are willing to talk to each other, and I think that's what the majority of the landlords and tenants have done. The ones who haven't talked to each other because one party won't, forcing them to do so doesn't work. But maybe what we could require is that prior to any eviction notice of any kind is a written notice from the landlord to the tenant offering to meet, to discuss it with the request that the tenant respond in 7 days. And if the tenant's willing to meet, then they need to meet before anything's filed. If the tenant doesn't want to meet, then the landlord can proceed. Or something along those lines, right? Because you can't make people meet if they don't want to. But you could require a notice, offering to meet.
Like a meet and confer requirement.
Yeah. And if they don't confer, then they don't confer. City Attorney, what do you think on something like that? This is just a way to sort of strongly encourage them to meet, at least have the offer go out.
I certainly see no legal problems with that. I think that's something within the city's police power to do as part of affording tenants the protections under this ordinance, and it would certainly at least afford the parties an opportunity to start talking.
What do you think, Councilmember Middleton?
Meet and confer may be a really good solution to this, so thank you. Meet and confer doesn't require that the parties agree. It just says you've got to offer to talk to one another.
Councilmember Woods. I'm thinking how long I should wait to tell you you're not muted this time because it's sort of fun to watch, but.
But I had to say, read lips.
No.
I appreciate everything my fellow council members have said. I just want to remind people, both landlords and tenants, that there have been a variety of programs out there available to secure some money, be it the PPP or the EIDL or even the grants, the $10,000 grants that came from the county. And I would encourage, I'm not sure if those grants have run out or not, the 10,000, but I would encourage both tenants and landlords to really investigate that if you're in trouble to the best of your capabilities and to try and find there is assistance out there, I guess is what I'm saying. And to continue to pursue that type of a remedy as well, as a meet and confer as an example.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
I guess we will take positions now. It's hard. So if we're adding different requirements, then we're sort of on the third option, which is modify the city's moratorium. And then the staff recommendation or the options here are sort of different. They're extending the moratorium, but in different ways. I think my preference is to allow the existing moratorium to expire, but because it's so difficult to legislate here. But I'm wondering if there's a way to protect businesses. So either funding them. I think that we might be getting additional CARES dollars, and we could possibly assist businesses in paying their back owed rent or past due rent, because I do think that they need support for that huge balloon payment. A lot of tenants have been paying what they're able to pay because we said at the very beginning, you don't want to have 6 months of rent owed. No one can get out of that. So it just seems very case by case dependent. So it seems difficult to figure out how we would modify it, especially from the floor, without getting input. I would want to have input from landlords and businesses about what meet and confer might do to them, what they would need in terms of protections about back rent. I know that we have to decide this. But anyway, so my preference would be to allow it to expire because there have been significant protections, offer assistance to local businesses, offer them to landlords, and then ask, we can discuss if there are modifications to give a timeline for back rent and to add a meet and confer requirement or something like that.
No, I agree. I think, if we're going to do some kind of meet and confer requirement, I don't think we can continue the moratorium, right? I agree with you. I think it's just too hard for us to legislate that way. The state hasn't, and this is 6 months. I do think a lot of tenants have been paying some, if not all of their rent. And I think it would be helpful to get, some more input on about some of the other ideas, that we can do moving forward. Councilmember Woods.
In letting it expire, there could be kind of a advantage too. If we have a business, which I know we have one downtown that is going bankrupt and is empty, it doesn't give the landlord, because they're in that process, the landlord can't process that person out of the space per se to bring in somebody who could use that space. So it kind of leaves that space in limbo, and it leaves it vacant, which is not a good thing either.
Yeah, as far as sort of how back, changes to the back rent, I think that's something we'd want to get more input on. I think there are a number of businesses, some I spoke with today, and landlords we spoke with yesterday, who have reduced rent during this period. For the landlords, right, unless they have a tenant they have some other issue with, they'd rather the tenant stay. It costs money to find a new tenant, right? The tenant's going to be able to succeed and pay rent. It's more cost effective for them to keep that tenant. And so I know some of them have worked with tenants on back rent and other issues. So it'd be good to get their input on what, if it was over a year instead of 6 months, they may be more confident they're going to get the back rent, right? Or if it was, you have to pay a certain percent every month of the back rent, but over a longer period of time, we may get everyone on board with that. But we need to hear from them before I'd be ready to make that decision tonight. But we could do that by the next meeting on the back rent, given it's currently not due for 6 months from the end of the moratorium at the end of September if we don't extend it. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you. I could support letting this lapse as well. What I would like to do, though, is put all of our local businesses on notice that if they have a landlord that just simply will not work with them, and they are trying to stay afloat, that we're willing to sit and listen to that as a city and learn from those experiences. And perhaps we come back based on what we hear from individual businesses and revisit this. But let's let it lapse and then spend time talking with all of our local retailers and restaurants and small businesses.
Councilmember Garner.
I am really concerned about this, as we all are. It's really tough, and I do wonder if part of what needs to be done, kind of in line with what Councilmember Middleton just said, is actually physically contacting all of these businesses that are still operating in our city. And I know that's a lot, but I think there's some that are more obvious to contact initially, right? All of the restaurants and retail stores downtown and in our shopping centers. But I am very curious to know what each of them would really need. And I think a lot of our businesses are very busy trying to stay afloat, and they're not necessarily calling in. And this is kind of tangential, but I've been noticing now how many restaurants use styrofoam, for instance, because we talked about that, and thinking, we should call all of these places. So I think it's along the same lines. It might be, I don't know what, to staff, I don't know what our capacity is on that, but if it's somehow possible to really reach out individually to businesses, I think that could go a long way in making sure that we're not leaving anyone behind. Because it's really a challenge for me to say, let's let this lapse without us doing something very, very proactive in the meantime to truly help our small businesses.
So David, I think that's a staff question is, what bandwidth is there to start reaching out? Especially, I think it's more the businesses that Councilmember Garner raised, where we're going to see the issues, retail, obviously gyms, bars that are, still not able to open, restaurants more than lawyers, accountants, and those kind of businesses, right? Obviously, we know entertainers who aren't still DJs, they can't work at all. We have sole practitioners, but they don't typically have rent. So they're also really struggling. But I think at least initially thinking about the brick and mortar businesses, if there's time to reach out to them and sort of see where they are, if they've had problems with the landlord, if we have 20 businesses that are having issues with the landlord but feel they can do something, I think there are a lot of us who would be willing to meet with them and the landlord. I think all of us sitting here are nodding their heads on council, and I think, but we just don't know is this a huge problem or is it a small problem? And I think having that information, if it's doable, but I also realize we don't have a lot of economic development department staff right now, and I know we're recruiting, but Jay has 6 jobs, I think, at the moment. So I want to be realistic about what can get done.
So yes, council, certainly there are a lot of issues.
Can you be louder, David?
Yeah, certainly there are a lot of
David,
issues. Can you hear? All right, here. Certainly there are a lot of issues and complexities here. We don't have a lot of capacity left with staff. As you know, we were certainly down because of the COVID in budget. We are almost struggling just to do our day-to-day operations. Now that being said, I would, Jay's at the microphone. We certainly have some anecdotal information. We certainly have, through our daily operations, whether it's with Main Street or PS Resorts or the Chamber or other organizations, quite a bit of anecdotal evidence. We certainly see things coming into our offices of complaints of businesses, and they're struggling. There's no question about that. But Jay, I don't know what capacity you have or what ideas you might have a little bit further than that.
Well, that is pretty much it. I think, we could, as we did with the downtown outdoor dining, we had staff just kind of break off and walk the street and interview some of the businesses about the street closures and whether they were planning to open and utilize those. And I think, we're talking citywide now, brick and mortar, probably, different types of industries. Maybe we could just do a sampling of different sectors of the city to get a little more anecdotal information. And I don't know if we can maybe work with the chamber for some of the leisure and tourism related types of businesses, Main Street for the downtown businesses, and then I could focus our economic development staff on South Palm Canyon and some of the other types of industries. We do have some smaller industrial areas too that maybe they're going through the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, if that's doable, I know we've contracted before with the chamber to do surveys, and I don't know what their staff capacity is right now, but I think definitely worth doing some outreach there and seeing, what specific help people need and, where we can be most helpful, right? Because we want to help all the businesses, and of course we want the landlords to be able to maintain their buildings as well. So David, is that a way forward, do you think?
Sure, I think it is. We certainly can do our best. It may not be perfect, but at least I think it will give us some data that will help you make some decisions.
Anyone else have anything else on this?
Do we need a motion or a vote or?
No, there's no vote required. The council will allow the existing moratorium to lapse with direction to staff to go gather more information to bring back at the next council meeting for possible action.
That's great. And that was a challenging conversation because I think everyone's trying to find a solution and there is no easy answer here. So I appreciate the conversation and, Jay, if you keep Mayor Pro Tem Holstage and I in the loop, how we can help as liaisons on business retention. I'm happy if you want to give me 10 calls to make, we can each take some as well and do that kind of outreach. And if other council members, want to go, they can let you know as well. Just how we can help reach out to our businesses on this. I think we would all be willing to do. So thank you. Our next, we go to new business 5A. Request, by Robert DeVito of E7 Palm Springs LLC for an administrative minor modification approval for relief from the 500-foot minimum separation distance requirement between cannabis dispensaries and lounges at 240 and 242 North Palm Canyon Drive. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, agenda item 5A is the first of two requests for waiver from the separation distance requirements for cannabis dispensaries and lounges. As you all will recall, at our September 10th City Council meeting, the City Council adopted additional optional criteria to consider for distance waivers. So as with the adoption of that, you'll notice that our staff report is a little bit different. It's a little bit more neutral in tone, but we are including the additional optional criteria in our analysis of the applications. Starting with the application, I'm sorry.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Certainly.
I didn't realize after 9 o'clock and we didn't do our non-agenda public comment at 9 because we were in the middle of an item. Is it okay if we move to that so we're not calling people any later than it already is? And I don't think we had many from the city clerk. So.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to begin public comment. Give me 1 second. Diane Torres, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, they're talking right now. Good evening. My name is Diane Torres, and I'm a candidate for District 4 City Council, Palm Springs. I'm addressing my comment to Mayor Pro Tem Christy Holstage. Christy, you have stated numerous times that you are instrumental with the redistricting in support for minority representation. In the last 3 years on City Council, your platform has been about racial discrimination and the need for inclusion and representation for the community of Palm Springs. As a gay Mexican-American woman, I am asking you to consider endorsing me for the 4th District City Council seat so that Palm Springs community will have the opportunity for representation with a woman of color as a City Council member in District 4. I would value your support and would look forward to working with you around making minority representation a reality of Palm Springs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Mr. Anderson. You're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Great. Hey, thank you very much. This is Brad Anderson. I live in the city of Rancho Mirage. I was going to give up on you. I didn't see you in the car tonight. So anyway, I just want to hit on a few items. As I talked before, I'm looking for my notes, but I can't find them. But the public testimony that how your city conducts it has big holes in it. You only allow 2 minutes for every topic on the agenda except for your public hearing items, and that's really unacceptable. And as I said before, I will be looking into that. Not that is not a threat or anything, but it's just it's lacking public participation or the willingness to do it. It's this chilling factor that you spending in the public that you can't really get anything done at City Hall. And so anyway, I wanted to talk about that, and I think I talked about U.S. Compass mails. I'm opposed to that, but I think just stay with your responsibilities in your posted positions to secure or keep property value as high as possible, and safety of streets and sidewalks and residents for that matter, and everything will be fine. And thank you very much for allowing me to talk. Good night.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mr. Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go back to item 5A, and sorry to the planning director for interrupting.
That's quite all right. We're happy to take public comment at all times. Going back to agenda item 5A, this is a request for a distance waiver from the cannabis separation requirements. In terms of the facility itself, they're requesting approval of a dispensary and lounge. The dispensary will be just under 1,000 square feet. The lounge will be approximately 650 square feet. In your packet, you'll notice that there aren't any significant modifications proposed to the exterior of the building. This shows the exterior of the building. It does face the parking lot. They are proposing some minor improvements to the north facade of the building, and also displayed there is the floor plan. One of the things I need to note about the floor plan is for the exterior entrances to the lounge facility, it may require a vestibule, so it's compliant with both local and state requirements relative to visibility into the lounge. Looking at the adjacent facilities, here on the site plan, the location is identified by the black rectangle. There is the OG Arabian Nights dispensary, which is located immediately adjacent to the site. They share a common wall at the back. However, OG Arabian Nights faces Palm Canyon, while the proposed facility faces the parking lot. Also within the 500-foot radius to the north is the holdings of Harvest Dispensary at 312 North Palm Canyon. That's just under 500 feet away and in the next block. Shown in the orange, we have an application that is currently in process for Holland Farms, which would be a dispensary and lounge. However, it would also be subject to having to file a waiver. And again, that application is processed and has not been approved yet. So there is one that is located immediately adjacent to the facility, and then one that is also within 500 feet. In terms of the criteria, we have the standard 4 criteria for minor modifications. In reviewing those, there is a concern about the fact that we do have an abutting cannabis business. And so that does raise concerns relative to clustering of cannabis uses. There is also the concern that this is immediately adjacent to a cocktail lounge facility. We haven't seen one this close in proximity to a cocktail lounge before, so we don't really have a track record in terms of how those two uses work together. In addition, there are no unique site features other than the fact that this particular business faces a parking lot and not the public street. Looking at the new optional criteria that was adopted by City Council at your last meeting, one of the criterion is relative to blight. Staff has made the assessment that the property is not blighted. Another criterion is relative to the space being vacant or not being viable to lease for a commercial use. Our records indicate that the tenant space was last occupied in 2019. One of the things I do need to point out, there was a previous application for a dispensary at this exact address. However, it was withdrawn in November of 2019. In terms of the adjacency issues relative to cannabis facilities. As I have already mentioned, it does abut another dispensary. So looking at concentration, staff has identified a concern there. In terms of the hours and the operations being compatible with adjacent uses, the hours will not be an issue. Again, I've mentioned the adjacency to a bar where we don't have any data to really identify whether that will become an issue or not. And then finally, the last criterion in the optional findings is relative to participation in the city's social equity program. This applicant is not a qualified participant in that program. So that concludes my report to you in terms of our findings that must be made. I've identified a number of issues, and with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn that back over to you for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Screen just went. Okay, any questions or comments? Councilmember Garner.
I was interested in the comments that were made about whether or not this is actually a business that's coming to Palm Springs. It's a local business versus just a company that kind of makes sure to get licenses for cannabis and then sells them to others. I don't know if there's any validity to that and if we know.
Councilmember Garner, I don't have any information to that. I might ask, I'm just asking our manager, and Veronica's indicating no, that she doesn't have any information on that either. So unfortunately, we don't have any information to present to you this evening on that.
Okay, thank you. As far as I'm concerned, it's not information I'm willing to consider in a decision since we don't know for sure whether or not it's true. So I just want to make that clear.
Great, thank you. And interesting is something we might want to think about in the future for criteria on a distance waiver on a condition about not being able to sell it within a certain number of years, but that's not before us now. Other comments or questions or discussion on this? Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Thank you. I just have a question about the status of the OG Arabian Nights. I think we heard that in public comment. Could you give an update for us, please?
I've asked Ms. Goodhart to come forward, if you'll give us just a moment.
They have indicated that they will be opening their doors by the early October. So they've gone through all their approvals and they're ready to go.
What's been the timeline on that project?
They would receive their waiver in November, and they had to go through some more architectural review because of their windows and being a lounge. So it did take them a little time, and I know they got held up in building with some setbacks due to COVID.
Thank you.
Well, didn't we approve a waiver at the old Moody's, which is that not within this circle on Indian?
Sorry, if you'll give me just a moment, please. So no, that facility is actually just a little bit further north and outside of the circle. It's just north of the holdings of Harvest Business at 312 North Palm Canyon, but on the Indian frontage. So it's just a little bit outside.
Okay, I just want to check. Thank you. Councilmember Middleton, I think, had her hand up.
I had a question for Ms. Goodhart. Yeah. In reviewing the work that has been done by OG Arabian Nights over the course of the last year, do you have any concerns that they were intentionally slowing the process of being able to open their doors, or that they took out the permit simply to block someone else from being able to open?
Absolutely not.
All right.
Oh, no, I do not.
Okay. Thank you.
Just so you know, if I can, I asked that question because I've noticed that there have been, the way that this works is there have been ones that aren't going forward that are on the list that do block others. And so it's interesting as we navigate this new policy, sort of figuring out what that timeline is, and maybe requiring one so that projects do go forward.
I think that's something that we should look at to make sure there isn't people just blocking, but if they're getting ready to open in October, that's not the case here.
And I do believe we limited to 2 years, I think. Didn't we come up with a policy that we added to the ordinance on this?
Yes, you
Veronica
do.
or Jeff?
You do have language in Chapter 5.55 relative to the issuance of the administrative permit that puts them on a timeline. So that's already in place.
All right. Councilmember Garner.
In terms of this specific location, I mean, it is right next door to the other business, and it is an interesting kind of location with all of the other businesses that are around it, and I'm not sure. I'm a little bit concerned about the environment that's being created right there in that little cluster. So I'm not inclined to allow a distance waiver for this location.
Thank you. I would add one of my concerns here is from when we first talked about waivers, which might be 2 councils ago, one of the key things was we wanted to allow it in a situation where we had a building that couldn't be rented. That was something that was a real factor. And here we had 2 really viable businesses who ended up having to move and are now in new locations. So it's not that they weren't able to have viable businesses in those locations. And, the criteria we've passed, that includes one of the things we really would like to see. Now, it's not, each case is unique, but that's something that sort of concerns me here. Councilmember Middleton, did you?
I would move that we deny this request.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Middleton.
Second that.
Second by Councilmember Garner.
Councilmember Garner.
Any other discussion?
Oh, sorry.
I have a question if we need to document the findings by council in order to support the motion for the city clerk or city attorney.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Just do we need to document the findings? I want to make sure that we're always doing that. I know it's not a public hearing item, but to document the findings of council to support the motion.
Yes, that's a very good question. The second resolution contains the findings that you would adopt to deny the application.
But to that point, I think it is helpful for applicants and future applicants to know the issues. I think Councilmember Garner raised the concern, given the other businesses in the area and how close it is to one. I raised the concern about these being viable for other businesses, and these have been rentable. They don't have that issue. They're not blighted. There may be other reasons other council members have, but I do think it's, even though it's in the resolution, thank you for that. To Mayor Holsted's point, it's really helpful for future applicants to know that waivers are sort of not the norm. It's in unique situations, at least in my view. And given this situation, I don't think it meets it. Councilmember Woods.
know we have a motion and a second. I just wanted to voice an opinion that I am not a huge fan of, on our main thoroughfares, having lounges where we black out the windows. If the lounge is behind the dispensary or something, I would be much more amenable. But having to have a vestibule that you black out, it just doesn't have that kind of Apple Store feeling of inviting and whatnot. And I just really don't think our main street is deserving of a bunch of blacked out windows. Just a thought.
I echo that. I think that's a really good point. And I know, we did hear some folks say, we should treat it like an alcohol license. And I think we talked about treating it like bars. And I think we only have 4 businesses in the Central Business District that are true bars that are adult only. We have, I think, more cannabis businesses now than we do adult only bar. Most of the liquor licenses are restaurants or places where they're family friendly as well. So, but the blacked out windows is something that's come up before. So thank you for raising that, Councilmember. So I think we have a motion. Councilmember Garner.
I just want to clarify in this particular case, I don't believe that would be the case for this property, the blacked out windows. So, but I just want to be clear that we're making findings based on things that are actually occurring at this property and not making. I don't want the applicant to think that we're making a decision based on something that's not true to them. So I just want to clarify that.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Middleton, second by Councilmember Garner. Does I recall?
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstedge.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 to deny.
You will move to 5B. This is a request by California's Best LLC, Prime DNA Cannabis, for an administrative minor modification for relief from the 500-foot minimum separation distance requirement between cannabis dispensaries and cannabis lounges at 1227 South Gene Autry Trail. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, the next request for a waiver is relative to a business that's located at 1227 South Gene Autry Trail. The particular facility is located within a light industrial business park. They are proposing a dispensary of about 900 square feet, a lounge of 400 square feet, and the remainder of the space will be used for distribution. There are some significant modifications proposed to the exterior of the building. If this waiver were to be approved, they would go through the standard architectural review process with the Architectural Advisory Committee reviewing and forwarding the architectural plans to the City Council. In terms of the facility itself, as I had mentioned, they're proposing to do some rather significant modifications to the exterior of the building. As you can see on the left, the images on the right show the dispensary and lounge facilities that are proposed within the building. In terms of its location, it's identified in the black gridded hatch there. There are 2 existing dispensary facilities, Premier Greens, which is located at 1231 South Gene Autry within that same business park, as indicated there with the arrow, and then Evolved Engineering, which is a dispensary and lounge located at 1241 South Gene Autry. There are other cannabis facilities within the business park itself. There is also a pending application at 1247 South Gene Autry, so just to the south of this, which would be a dispensary, cultivation, and distribution facility. It was formerly occupied by Palm Springs Safe Access. They are looking to have a new business in there. So in terms of its proximity, you have additional businesses within the business park that are 114 and 161 feet away from the proposed facility, and then another one that is just immediately across the driveway from it that's being proposed. In terms of the criteria for the minor modification, not seeing any significant issues there other than the fact that there is a concentration of cannabis businesses within the business park. And then there are no unique site features that would justify the waiver. In looking at the optional criteria, the property is not blighted. The tenant space is currently occupied, so it is a viable tenant space. While there isn't any current similar cannabis use along the Gene Autry frontage, there are other dispensaries within the business park itself. In terms of the hours and operations being compatible, we do find it compatible. And the final criterion, the applicant is not a qualified participant in the social equity program. So again, looking at the findings, there is a concentration of cannabis businesses here within the business park. However, it's a little bit different than the last application that we were looking at in that this is not a pedestrian area. It's on a major arterial instead. So that concludes my presentation to you. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
So I have one question. So the current tenant, to the best of our knowledge, has no plans on leaving. Do we know anything?
Their business license is currently active, and so we don't have any indication that they are leaving at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Woods. Unmute. I'm going to make you a little sticky on your computer.
I'm a little confused, Flynn. Is it currently occupied by the proposed subject site? Is it currently occupied by Safe Access, which is a cannabis dispensary?
No, it is not. It is occupied by, I'm sorry, I forget, I don't have the name of the business here, but it's not a cannabis-related business.
It's a medical-related business.
Correct.
If I remember.
So you made a reference to Safe Access, and I just lost what that reference was. I'm sorry.
Palm Springs Safe Access was in the building immediately to the south on Gene Autry.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? I mean, I'll share, I'm less concerned here than I am, in sort of in downtown or neighborhood commercial. But again, there's an active business that's at that location. And to have a business evicted to add another cannabis dispensary was one of the things, that were on our high level criteria that we were concerned about. So that to me is a concern. And I think doing that, we can start seeing more and more businesses, successful businesses, being evicted to add more cannabis. And I think we're having enough, our businesses are struggling, as we've discussed earlier, and to have businesses lose their location for a distance waiver for another cannabis business is something I am not inclined to support. Anyone else? Or a motion?
I agree with the mayor. I just don't see the justification for a waiver in the same business park. Gene Autry Trail in that area is primarily commercial, so it's very different though than our downtown. I can't justify this waiver request.
Councilmember Woods.
In our industrial parks, I somewhat like the idea of having cannabis facilities close to one another. You can go, it's like car dealerships that kind of go next to each other, or furniture stores that go next to each other. You can go from one to the next and shop the price. But in this particular case, I think the mayor is exactly right. Evicting a current tenant that we want when we really don't know the situation there. But it does seem a little disconcerting to actually evict a tenant to put in a cannabis tenant, which I think is something we did not want to have happen. If that's what's going on, we're speculating a little bit on that.
Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. Yes, to that point, I am. Is it possible to get clarification on that? I think it would be helpful to know for sure. I mean, if this is a tenant that's are leaving because they want to leave, that's very different than. I'm just not clear on how this is working, how they're submitting this proposal when there's a current tenant there. And would that tenant stay if we denied it, or is that tenant leaving regardless?
Mr. Mayor, we just received correspondence from the applicant indicating that U.S. Mobility is intending to leave that location. They don't occupy the entire building. There are 2 other suites which are currently vacant. Unfortunately, I don't have information on how long those suites have been vacant.
I think that's helpful just to note. I think with all of these distance waivers or anything that we're discussing, I just always want to make sure that we're using factual information and like Councilmember Wood said, not speculating on anything. So that's helpful, but I do think that when we were talking about reasons for a waiver, one of the things we did talk about was whether or not that space was viable for another business, if it had been successful as another business, as the mayor had mentioned before. So for me, I think it's still is a reason for probably not giving them the waiver, considering that it's a space that could be used for something else. And I do have some concerns with the concentration in one location. While I understand Councilmember Wood's point, I think that there are concerns, for instance, in Cathedral City and Hot Springs with the concentration in certain areas, that there's just a lot of odors that are there. Even though we have odor mitigation, it still becomes more of a problem when there's a lot in one space, which I think you get with other types of businesses that have types of odors as well, a car dealership or with the noise and the fuel and everything else.
Anything else, or does someone want to make a motion?
Motion to deny.
Motion by Councilmember Middleton.
I'll second.
Go ahead. And seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Councilmember Middleton.
Retired.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
No.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Next is item 5C, a fiscal year 2019-2020 general fund review. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Just a general comment from me, and then I'm going to turn it over to Finance Director, Ms. Pauley. Then Marcus, Assistant City Manager, does have a couple comments with regard to the Measure J in capital, and then I will have a final comment on the personnel matter with regard to the budget. I would just note before Ms. Pauley begins that what we're discussing this evening is merely last fiscal year's budget number final actual. So when we closed the books on June 30, 2020, which was June 30, we started the new fiscal year on July 1. So what we approved and what we had was what we talked about, the concept of a rolling budget. So we were going to start to review the budget on a month-to-month basis and come back and report to council. So what we have now is the time lag. So what we have now is what we actually closed the last fiscal year with. So Nancy will report on that. And now this will not have any discussion on what the current fiscal year is. We will be doing that during the meeting in October. So with that, I will turn over to the Finance Director. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you please put up my PowerPoint slide? Okay, so as City Manager David mentioned, we are going to do a preliminary financial review of fiscal year 1920. So the original budget, we had pretty much a balanced budget with a surplus of 89,000. And then when we did the revised budget due to COVID, we had a dramatic deficit of 15 million. As our actuals, estimated actuals are coming in, our revenues are 118, total expenditures 119, and so we ended up with, instead of the $15 million deficit, we have a $1.2 million deficit. Revised budget, anticipated reduced revenue due to the COVID pandemic. Conservative projections were made for March through June due to the closed hotels, bars, etc. The state lifting at the stay-at-home orders improved our revenues, and then they had to close, and now they just had to reopen on Tuesday. The TOT revenue exceeded projections by $4.6 million, and the sales tax revenue exceeded our revised projections by $5.4 million. FY 19-20 revenue improved by 15 million over our projections. The 19-20 expenditures, we were over by $700,000. However,
and this is a big however. This is
a huge however.
Okay.
You see how it's
Yes.
bold in capital. The net additional revenue of $14.3 million is not a surplus, but a reduced deficit. So instead of us having the $15 million deficit, we have $1.2 million deficit. The 1920 adopted deficit of 15.5 will be reduced by the 14.3 million to an estimated deficit again of 1.2 million. As compared to 1920 original budget revenue, the fiscal impact can be identified as original budget revenue of 121 million and the 1920 estimated revenue of 109, the difference of 11 million. So basically of our original budget and our estimated revenue coming in, as you can see, we're still below by $11 million. And this does exclude the transfers into the general fund. COVID-19 remains a concern. The return to normal, not anticipated until the end of 2021 or later. Impacts to the local tourism economy will continue through 2021. The 2021 budget was adopted with a $17.9 million deficit. The unrestricted general fund balance will reduce to $14.4 million by 6/30 of 2021 without improvement to projected revenues through FY 2021. I will give these staff recommendations. With the excess, we would like to transfer $5 million of that to the risk fund to balance out for future liabilities and cost. And we would like to transfer another $1 million to the risk for the insurance premium increases. Transfer $1,000 for the economic development for iHub CVEP, and $250 to the fire department for a radio system. And the balance of that, $7.877, will be transferred to the unrestricted fund balance. And I'm going to turn this over to Marcus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Our Measures Day sales tax revenues, like the other sales tax revenues, exceeded our projections, in this case by $3.9 million. As you know, Council approved completing the downtown park using $3 million of those additional revenues, leaving almost $1 million for additional projects. The Measure J Commission held a meeting last Thursday, essentially when the agenda went out, and reviewed a number of projects that had been considered by the Parks and Recreation Commission and the Measure J Commission to focus on parks and recreation improvements. The list of projects that was identified and recommended at that time was reviewed by the Measure J Commission again. And these are the projects that they have recommended for your approval tonight. Those were noted in the staff report. There's one noted exception here that the Measure J Commission added at their meeting on Thursday, and that was to fund the design of the sports field lighting at Demuth and Sunrise Stadium in the amount of $100,000. This was once approved and programmed in fiscal year 1920, but was canceled as part of the budget savings measures that we implemented. That would total $645,000, leaving the balance for other projects. They also agreed with staff. We've recommended that the cost of the new restrooms at the Desert Highland Park be programmed with Quimby funds that are budgeted in this fiscal year. The budget includes $650,000 in Quimby funds that are estimated to be generated through building permits this year, and that helps us leverage the Measure J funds for other park projects. So we would recommend that tonight you give us the direction to amend the budget to include that appropriation for those restrooms, and that will allow us to bring forward a larger project that will include the new restrooms that are funded through CDBG at Sunrise Park and at Demuth Park, and now with these new restrooms at Desert Highland Park. And as I mentioned, there's still about $300,000 left for future projects that Measure J Commission and the Council can consider, plus any additional funds that may occur over projections through this current fiscal year.
Thank you. And then the final slide, Council, I would just like to note that, as you recall, there was significant reductions in personnel as we finalized our COVID budget to deal with the deficit. What we did realize is that as we move through the fiscal year, there were going to have to be modifications when we had a better handle on how it affected operations. One of those is at the airport. So I just want to point out two positions. The Deputy Director for Marketing, we believe that it was important to go ahead and fill that position if we could find sort of a superstar candidate, which we believe that we did, along with the stakeholders and the Airport Commission, to keep the airport service strong, particularly as we emerge from COVID. We felt this was an important position. Now, this would be offset, of course, if we filled this by leaving the Assistant Director's position vacant, which it currently is. So that is a position we recommended moving forward with. And second, the Senior Airport Maintenance Technician. Again, we started to see that there was an operations issue with this position being vacant, so we went ahead and moved forward and replaced that position. I would also note that the airport received $11 million in COVID relief funds through the FAA, so their budget is going to be what we believe in a good position as we finish the year. So we're asking to fill those 2 positions. And finally, to fund 1 position in development services, a permit center technician. This certainly would be paid for with increased building permit fees because what we were experiencing is a much longer wait than normal at the counter, and we felt for a customer service experience to speed that up so it would be better for our customers dealing with permits that we would go ahead and fund that position. So we have removed that from the layoff list and filled that position. So those 3 positions we would be looking for your approval to proceed with as they're listed here. And with that, Mr. Mayor, it finalizes our presentation, and you certainly may have questions.
Great, thank you. And Councilmember Middleton and I, as budget liaisons, did have the opportunity to talk to staff on these. Really appreciate you bringing forward the neighborhood park issues, which I think are very much needed, and I think council all wanted to see those done. I do have a couple of just questions. So just so my understanding is if we follow the recommendations, our unrestricted reserves, which I think were 33 million, would be just under 8 million. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we have a long way to go to build those back up, but it's better than 0, which is where we were. On pages 4 and 5 on the staff report, where you show sort of the adjusted 1920 TOT and sales tax, and then what came in on a cash basis in each of those months. So when do you know what comes in on a cash basis in those months? So, for example, in March, we had, 1.75 million more, it looks like, on a cash basis in TOT than we had projected, and in sales tax, 1.6, so that's 3.5. So do you know that at the end of March? Do you know that in April?
We know that at the beginning of April. On a cash basis, we know it at the beginning of the next month.
Okay. So if we do, I just think moving forward, if we're doing a month-by-month check, it would be really helpful to report to council each month on those numbers. So if we knew when we passed the budget in June that we had 7 million more, that might have impacted decisions that we made. So just moving forward, since we're trying to do this month by month, I think it'd be helpful to get those reports to council on the cash basis when we see that kind of big discrepancies that we were seeing each of those months from what we had projected. So just, I think moving forward, that would be helpful if you have that data to share it with us. With that, does anyone else have any questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Holstich. I think that was a nod.
Thank you. I did nod. I just had a question. I know council initially gave direction about funding the park projects, which are really exciting, and I completely support using Quimby funds for the bathrooms at James O. Jesse. And I'm really excited to see shade structures for the parks, for playgrounds. I actually think Councilmember Garner raised this before she was on council. She came to a council meeting and said that, and I also asked, based on her comment, for it to come forward. So that's really, really exciting because people kids and families need to play outside more and more because of the pandemic. I'm wondering if Measure J looked just at using the additional Measure J dollars for park projects, or if there was a consideration there or with staff about other Measure J projects that we might have put on hold. That because we put most of those on hold too. So is there a consideration about the ranking of priorities there, or just that council's direction had been parks?
The commission, we focused on parks. We had heard the council in its deliberation over the downtown park that any additional excess Measure J funds should be going towards other park projects. And the Measure J Commission had previously focused its future community projects on parks for the next 2 years. What we will be working with Measure J Commission over the next several meetings with them is how do we prioritize all of the canceled projects that were canceled to find the one-time savings to help bridge the gap in these projected deficits, because there's a long list of projects that were previously prioritized and funded and are important that touch every part of the city, including paving and facility maintenance and other important projects. So that will be a heavy lift for us to work through and prioritize those projects in a way that we can deliver them with whatever excess revenues might come in through this next fiscal year. So that's what we were working towards.
Thank you. That's sort of my question is what the plan is to do that holistically going forward, since all of our Measure J projects are important. There's a lot of important projects on that list. So planning for that, I think, would be important, and having staff priorities there. Because I think there are still some life safety, public safety items on that list, as well as some other life safety or just necessary improvements that might cost us longer to wait than to do them now. So that's what I was wondering about the long-term strategy. I think that would be helpful to bring back, especially if we get additional Measure J dollars beyond what we projected this fiscal year. If hopefully revenue continues to be more than we projected.
Councilmember Middleton.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to congratulate staff for an excellent report, and the recommendations seem very sound. I think all of us will celebrate when those bathrooms get fixed in the local parks. But it is certainly good news that revenue is starting to come in above what we had projected when we established our budget in June of 2020. But we are in extremely uncertain times, and none of us are in a position to be able to reliably predict what is going to happen over the course of the next few months, much less the next many months. I think we need to be very prudent and cautious as we move forward. It was the $49 million that we had in reserve that really saved us this year. So I would like to recommend that we consider that for any additional revenue that comes in over and above what we projected in June of this year, that 50% of that be set aside in reserve, and that we build our reserves back up over the next few years until we get to a place that we have 12 months of sales tax and 12 months of TOT tax in reserve. That still gives us an opportunity, if the economy does well, to make some additional investments, but sets us up to be in a position to be prepared for whatever may happen in the short term. In the long run, we absolutely know not when the next financial crisis is going to hit, but that there will be one, and we will need to be prepared when that happens. And last, in making a recommendation of this nature, I'm not identifying how we should spend any additional sums that should come in. I think that's another discussion. I just want to get a marker out that we establish how important rebuilding our reserve is going to be, and put into practice a policy that will get us there. Thank you.
Councilmember Woods. Unmute. Unmute, Dennis. I need to be able to control that for you. I can do that.
I couldn't agree with Councilmember Middleton more on this. I might even be more conservative than 50%, but I understand we have to run a city as well, and we may need to bring back some more staff as things change. But I couldn't agree with her more, and I think we need to take a conservative approach until we at least find out what the first quarter of this COVID thing has done for, what the impact is onto our budget. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilmember Garner.
In terms of what's on the table right now, I like all of these different ideas, the shade structure, benches at Demuse, and especially playground resurfacing, and the same with the baseball diamonds. I think all of those things are really needed at all of our parks. One thing that I saw here at the end that says there's some remaining money available for additional park projects. It's one thing I just wanted to raise for the future and possibly for that funding is the turtles in all of the parks. As a child, I played in the turtles, and I know that there's some safety concerns probably because they're all concrete. I don't know, I was fine get it with a skin knee, but perhaps we want something a little bit more kid-friendly these days. But I am curious what the cost is for those to be running again, and if that's something that's viable, because they're there at all of the parks, they're just not operational. And if it's not possible for those to be upgraded, is it possible to use whatever underlying water system is there to put in something new? But I think that those are, I know they were very well used when I was little, and I think they would be very well used again if they were operational.
Councilmember, we'll certainly look into that. I'll check with the maintenance and facilities staff on the specifics of why those have been offline for so long.
So let me ask, is there anything on staff's recommendation that people don't want us to move forward with? Thinking. Okay. Do you need direction on that to bring something back? Do you need motions? What do you need, David?
Mayor, I think I have a direction, but I do a clarification and a comment on one of the comments I would make. We will be looking at bringing back the first quarter review, and we will have our revenues in, because as you know, sales tax and hotel tax lags behind by a month, and sales tax comes in quarterly. So I just want to confirm from the finance director when we'll be prepared. Is it the second meeting?
Second meeting in October.
Second meeting in October to have a full discussion on the budget. And we will be looking at personnel items. There are some other departments, council, that we might be making some recommendations on, but we will be speaking with the budget subcommittee prior, once we get a handle on some specifics, and we will have that discussion during the October meeting. But just to clarify, Councilmember Middleton, you indicated that what you were recommending is 50% of any excess revenue that comes in would be moved to reserves. Just to clarify, is that for this fiscal year, or were you looking more generally on a year-to-year basis in each budget cycle?
Certainly this fiscal year, I would like as much as we can for the excess that we received that we did not expect for 1920. And then we move forward as we adopt a budget for 21-22, looking at that time, how are we going to increase our reserves? And again, my suggestion is that we identify 12 months of TOT and sales checks as our goal for what we should have in reserve.
All right, that helps me
So
out.
let me
Now,
just-
ask the finance director to note that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, as the money comes in, it'll be in the reserves, and then I think, but why don't we work on something to bring back to council, including sort of a long-term goal policy, sort of as you raised, so we can have a conversation at council, on those numbers. But I agree we should come up with sort of that kind of goal and focus on rebuilding reserves and use money when it's really urgently needed. Councilmember Garner.
Yeah, I think with all of this, I'm really interested in looking at that month-to-month review of all of it to really decide, and not necessarily having a hard and fast rule. But I do appreciate the balance of making sure that we have funding for the reserves, but I also don't want us to get too stuck on saving when there might be things that we have to move forward on. But it sounds like I think everyone agrees. I just wanted to kind of clarify that for myself.
Right. I mean, it might be we want more than half if there's nothing really urgent as we build up our reserves quicker. Because when our reserves are built up, then we're in better position to spend money. But I like having, it out there that so people understand why we're not spending on the money that comes in is that, things happen. If we had an earthquake or a bad flood right now, we have $7 million in unrestricted reserves, and that may not cut it. So just that one day flood cost us a couple $1 million. And so we just need to be really conscious of it, because I've heard from people, oh, great, you have an extra bunch of money, let's spend it on this or this. And so reserves are there for these kind of emergencies, and you don't know when they're going to happen. Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Thank you. I have a question about additional CDBG or CARES Act dollars that the city may be receiving, because I'm wondering if some of these projects might be eligible for that. I just want to look at all the pots of money available to us. Do we have an update about that now, or can we get it when we discuss this item in depth and take action?
If we could get that additional information for you, Mr. Verada is no longer in the chambers, but we'd be happy to supply that information for you.
It'd be great. Just bring it with the next agenda item when we discuss this, because if there are projects on this list that we're using Measure J dollars for but are eligible for that, I think we would want to possibly at least talk about using those dollars over Measure J, since we do have so many Measure J projects in line.
Yeah. Great, thank you. So if we're done with this one, we will move to 5D, request by Desert Valley Builders Association, DVBA, for an increase in the number of community directional real estate signs allowed under the approved agreement with the City of Palm Springs. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, we have received a request from the Desert Valleys Builders Association to increase the number of signs that they currently have as part of their community directional sign program. We entered into the current agreement with DVBA back in 2010, and under that agreement, they are allowed to have a total of 61 directional signs in the public right-of-way. You can see some images of the existing signs that are there in the photos below, and they are intended to direct consumers to new housing developments here in the city of Palm Springs. In terms of the agreement, the applicant is requesting to add 14 additional signs, which would bring the total to 75 community directional signs. So the brown colored dots shown here on the map would be the new locations that would be added. One of the caveats that I need to point out about the map is the numbers don't belie the actual number of signs. Those are just identification numbers, and as signs are removed, they're not replaced. So again, if this were to be approved by the City Council, they would be allowed to have a total of 75 directional signs and could not have more than that. As we are discussing this issue of allowing additional signage and modifying the agreement, there are also some changes to the agreement that need to be made due to changes in federal law relative to signage in public rights-of-way. And so we have provided a copy of a strikeout and underline version of the agreement showing the changes that would be made. And again, this is to bring the agreement into alignment with current case law relative to content neutral messaging. That concludes my presentation to you. Gretchen Gutierrez, the CEO of DVBA, is available by phone if you have any questions for her as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And if I can ask the city attorney, and I appreciate Ms. Gutierrez bringing this up, and staff, the federal case law, which led us to have to make changes in our main sign ordinance applies here. So as I understand it, because the signs have to be content neutral and these are city approved on the public right of way, if a candidate for office wants space on one of those real estate signs, they can do that. So Trump and Pence or Biden Harris could insist that they take space on signs. People can have political messages unless they're obscene, even if they're anti-values that people hold dear in our city. They could be negative about Palm Springs. So I just want to make sure I understand that that's the case. And then how would folks be able to get onto these signs? And can we then cancel them? I mean, I'm just really concerned if the goal is real estate signs, but we can't limit them to real estate. I just worry what this could look like when we think what a campaign season as signs start taking over the world could look like. And if we only can ban, and my understanding under the First Amendment is obscene signs, and while we all have different thoughts on candidates that we may find obscene, I don't think that would qualify, but there can be some pretty ugly messages on those signs. And so how do we manage that so we don't have that situation pop up without violating our First Amendment while allowing real estate signs, which I support?
Well, Mayor, you are correct that in order to be compliant with the Reed decision, which came down about 3 years ago from the U.S. Supreme Court, we do need to make sure that the sign program is content neutral. And so our office has worked on the agreement to make sure that it is content neutral. There's what we call a savings clause in there that provides that when any commercial message is allowed on the sign, whether that be builders or any other business enterprise, that a non-commercial message can be substituted for that commercial message. And so that protects the agreement from a First Amendment challenge. As you mentioned, that also allows messages that might be objectionable. And unless it's obscene or perhaps fighting words, then the message would have to be allowed. And so, yes, that would allow political messages that some might find objectionable. Candidates, measures, and other non-commercial messages would be allowed on these signs, even though the program is really intended for to be directional in nature. In terms of
how would that? Yeah, who would make that decision? So let's say I want to put a sign up for whatever message I want to send right now. And so who do I go to say, please replace that? We'll just use Ascena because I drive by that one a lot. sign with my political message.
So DVBA is the
How would that happen?
DVBA is the entity that administers this. So the person who wants to put their sign up would go to DVBA and request to put their sign on their facilities within the city right away.
And do we have any time limit? So in other words, how would we rotate them through? Because they wouldn't have the discretion to do it based on content, right? So would they have to give everyone equal time? Like, how would that all work? Because it's in our right of way. So, right, I just want to make sure we're doing this in a way that isn't going to get criticism because someone says they want to put up their campaign sign and they're told, "We'll come back in 6 months because we're full at the moment." And then they could stay full. So how would that work in practice?
We might want to ask Ms. Gutierrez how that's actually administered. I can't say that I know off the top of my head. It's my understanding that at least the majority of the signs haven't necessarily always been full. And so it's been kind of a first come, first come, first served basis, but maybe we can ask her.
Go ahead, Councilmember Middleton.
Yeah. So I get the First Amendment question that's here, but this is a proposal to increase the number of signs. And whatever that First Amendment argument may be, it applies to the very first signpost that it already exists. And I want to be very fair and cognizant of any First Amendment issues, but these are signs to help people find new real estate developments. I know for the average citizen, it's not hard to figure out that political speech and any other kind of speech is very different than a group of builders trying to help people find where real estate development is.
Right. No, but we're also being asked to amend the original agreement on the First Amendment. We're not just being asked to increase signs. And so, yes, the purpose is the directional signs for real estate. Right. But anyone else can now have access to those signs. So how that's going to work is my concern, because the first time there's something offensive on a sign, we're going to get a lot of blowback, and because we can't then do anything to undo that. So I just want to understand the process. Councilmember Garner.
It's my understanding that that when we're allowing signs to go in our right of way and we're approving the signs that go up, that we're being content neutral. So we're allowing DVBA to put up signs, but then ultimately someone would need to go to DVBA if they wanted to add something to it. And they're a private entity, and they would be able to deny whatever they wanted. They could say, no, we're only using it for real estate. My understanding is that the city, though, if somebody else came to us and wanted to put up the exact same type of sign in a right of way, we would have to look at it for if we have do we have too many signs generally in our city? Do we have, or is there some other restriction and we couldn't look at the content, but not necessarily in this case? Is that right, Jeff? Mr. Ballinger?
The agreement kind of imposes on DVBA the requirement to be content neutral. So while if they were engaging in activities on private property with their signs, they would, you're right, have the absolute authority to reject messages that they don't want to put on there. But because they are in the public right-of-way and operating under our authority, our obligations to protect the First Amendment right of speakers flows through DVBA through this program and the agreement.
That's how I read the agreement. That's why I was, So is another option sort of what Councilmember Garner's saying, that if we're giving them, whether it's 61 or 75 of these directional signs, that we have to make another, if anyone else asks us for these, we have to let them have them as well? Is that like another option that would address the First Amendment issue?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that question.
So if we're giving them a certain number of signs for real estate, does that mean, is another way we could do this, instead of them having to let people have space on their signs, to say we're going to make another 75 signs available for anyone else, but that's the limit of signs we're going to allow in our right of way, which I think is where Grace, you were going. Like, is there another way to do this that might address that issue?
We could certainly open up the availability of additional signs, either city provided or by DVBA or some other third party. I think I would still recommend that we include the language in this agreement if we're going to continue with this relationship with DVBA, as well as in any other agreement with any other third parties.
Okay. Yeah. And I don't want to necessarily add lots of more big signs everywhere. I was just trying to figure out what the options are. Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Thank you. So how does the liability work if we are required to ensure that there are content neutral signs on our right-of-ways and we have a private entity governing that or administrating it? Where does the liability fall in terms of if someone sues us because they want to say whatever they want to say on these signs? Is the city liable for that? What's the risk?
Well, the agreement contains an indemnification provision by DVBA. I could probably safely assume that if there were any lawsuit, the city would be named and we would have to rely on that indemnification. If we want to mitigate that risk, then the council could certainly give direction that the city be more involved in the process of reviewing and selecting the sign messages that go on there.
Thanks. I have a few other questions. So we don't have a map overall of where all the signs are, just this map shows the new ones, right?
No.
And I was wondering,
The map does show the existing locations as well. They're the numbered locations.
These were all the numbers.
Yeah.
So then how are the locations picked? I was just wondering, it seems like kind of a high concentration in some areas. There's 7 in sort of southwest Palm Springs. I was just wondering, is that related to where housing developments are, or why are those additional signs needed?
The sign locations are chosen by DVBA based on the location of the new housing developments. And so for that reason, periodically from time to time, as a subdivision closes out and a new one begins, they do request to move those locations. However, we as city staff have always maintained that no more than 61 signs are permitted under the agreement. So again, DVBA selects locations, but we always keep some type of a record in terms of where those locations are, and the locations are based upon how do we get consumers to the new housing developments.
Thank you. And then my last question is just about the maintenance of the signs. So when I drive by them, I see many seem quite old or faded by the sun. And I was just wondering what the maintenance requirements are and how often they're cycled out or updated.
So we do have the ability to have DVBA do maintenance to the signs as part of the agreement. I don't know what their time frame is. Again, we can bring Ms. Gutierrez on the line for specific questions. But under the agreement, again, if there are signs that begin to look deteriorated, we can work with DVBA on replacing those, repainting and repairing.
I think it would be helpful if Ms. Gutierrez could join us, just like how they would administer the program in a way that would work, right? I'm sure she has an answer, so why don't we sort of hear their plan?
Before we go there, can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
I think, Mr. Mayor, you brought up a very good thing, and the other council members too, about unintended consequences. And I think it goes even deeper than what we've talked about already, and maybe our city attorney needs to look into it deeper. But we already have signage on our bus stops, as an example, and those are not neutral. And I know for the city of Los Angeles, I know, and other smaller cities that surround Los Angeles, that once you start putting that signage out there, you have to allow others to do it. And I don't know if we're actually charging them for these signs or not. So I think there's a lot of unanswered questions for me at this point.
And Mr. Mayor,
Okay,
I do
you.
have Gretchen Gutierrez on the line when you're ready.
Yeah. Hi, Gretchen. Can she hear us?
Ms. Gutierrez, you're now live with the Palm Springs City Council.
Thank you for patching me in this evening. I'm available to address some of the questions that have come up here right at the moment. I've had to turn down my speakers at my online streaming right at the moment, so I hope you all can hear me. I'm not able to necessarily engage. I can see faces right at this point in time, but obviously if I turn my computer system back up, we're going to have some feedback going on here. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for considering the proposal again. Second of all, yes, I understand that there are concerns related to the content that would go onto those panels going forward under the new proposed agreement should it be executed and move forward. At this point in time, we have not had anyone come to us and ask us at any point in time in the 10 years that we've been managing the program, to the best of my recollection, to ask to put up a campaign slogan or a campaign ad for a specific candidate or a ballot measure, those types of things on that particular program. That program has been used very effectively to drive traffic through the public to the new residential communities. As the city does have a ban on having the individual builders have directional signage offsite from their respective communities. So this was the opportunity for them to be able to promote their projects and drive them into the communities over the course of the last nearly 20 years. This program goes well beyond the time of our management of 10 years. This goes back approximately 20 years in total. With regards to having a selection of content to put on those signs, obviously we, of course, are very concerned if someone were to approach us to ask for either a political campaign, a candidate, or something that would be personally offensive to the general public or to our builders. We would definitely be strongly vetting someone that would have that type of a message that they would request to have put up there. If that was to occur, yes, we would speak with the city's attorney and ask for some direction as to how best to handle that type of a situation. Those panels would also only be available should there be space on those ladder boards. We would not take down an existing tenant that would be on one of those panels. For example, the mayor mentioned Ascena as one of the projects. We would not take down a panel to replace it with someone else's. They are sold on a first come, first served basis. But as I say, we do not take down panels to replace them with someone else unless someone closes their project or has requested that their panels be removed for some other reason. At this point in time, what we are envisionalizing with the program is that not only would be available to show for new residential housing, but it would also be of assistance to the commercial and retail markets where they're looking to promote their businesses within them. Those panels are rented on a month-to-month basis to the tenant on those individual spaces. There is a first and last month's charge, a production charge that goes on to that as well for each one of those tenant spaces. And yes, we do maintain those structures. We do not have a standing maintenance routine on them at this time, but we are have tagged all those signs with our names on them. So in the event that they become damaged or graffitied or have something vandalized on them, there is an immediate point of contact on that sign. We work heavily with a couple of the departments there at City Hall that have contacted us on a regular basis with regards to maintenance or issues concerning the design or structure, if a sign has been damaged by wind or any other type of an issue. And yes, to the city attorney's measure, we do carry insurance indemnifying the city on a number of reasons. And again, if we were to be faced with any sort of a legal challenge on that, we would work with the city very closely to make that situation be resolved. I'm not sure that I've addressed everything that you've all brought up other than, yes, it was a question that I did ask the city attorney when this first came up back in January about the content going on the sign, because obviously our builders would be very concerned about anything that would be negative that could reflect on their communities. They obviously would not want to have something like that next to them on a sign directional program. So yes, we would be very cognizant of someone wanting to make an application to be putting something that could be negative or derogatory on one of those panels.
Thank you. Are there other questions while we have Ms. Gutierrez on the line? I don't see any. Thank you, Gretchen. I appreciate. I think you covered most of the things we were asking. or that I can recall anyway.
So Mayor, I did have a question, if,
Please.
yeah, Mayor, question I had, so, and this, maybe what the city attorney could clarify, just on implementing this with the legal requirement that anyone could, so any business could have put a sign on these signs, and who's the arbiter of this? And if the DVBA is saying only if they have room, I don't know what that means. So they likely, none of them will have room, so I'm not sure how we would implement this or what our requirements would be.
So yes, under the revised agreement, if a business, local restaurant or local retailer wanted to put a sign on these facilities, the DVBA would not be allowed to keep them off based on the content of the message. If the sign was, if the kiosk was full, then DVBA would be able to prevent them from putting the message on there, because that's not based on content. That's just a space availability issue. And it sounds from Gretchen's or Ms. Gutierrez's statements earlier that that's how they operate. It's a first come, first serve basis. And so if that restaurant or retailer wanted to put their sign on another kiosk that did have availability, then they would be able to go over there.
So once someone's on, they can stay on as long as they're paying them. Do we know how many open spots there are currently on the 61 signs they have?
We do not. That would be a question for Ms. Gutierrez.
Okay. It's not critical for me right now, but Councilmember Middleton.
Would it be permissible for DVBA to require that only firms that are involved in new home construction be permitted?
No. That would essentially be a content-based or restriction.
Right. And so the issue, which I think Ms. Gutierrez did a good job explaining, is they could get asked to put on a sign, because this is a year-old Supreme Court decision of something that one of their builders won't want, and they're not going to want to put it on, and they're going to come to you to say we have to, and you're going to have to tell them yes.
Except there'll never be any space, so I think that would take care of itself. I don't think we have to worry about that. I don't believe they would have any space on any of the signs. As a practical matter.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure that's true, because there's some space on some now, but nor I'd be comfortable with that as the answer legally. But I appreciate.
Yeah, it just almost seems like it's a practical matter. Yep, right, I understand.
I mean, why wouldn't a political consultant look tomorrow at all their open signs and just rent them, right? And run different campaigns through them? No, that's the concern, right? And political campaigns are less a concern than offensive speech. But anyway, Councilmember Woods.
I'm still not clear. We're giving our public right-of-way up for advertising for free. And I think that opens us up to anyone wanting to put a sign up in our right-of-way for free. It just opens us up to a can of worms. I know we've been doing it. And we've had this, and no one's abused it. But I just would like a little more legal background about what this is doing for us or to us, or what could happen. What is the unintended consequences of continuing the program? I'm not saying the program is good or bad. I'm just more thinking broader terms.
Well, if I give a little historical context, and then the city attorney can speak to the legal issue. And Flynn, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm not stating this correctly, but when this occurred, about 20 years ago, I believe, the idea was, and particularly at that point, there was no development happening in the city anywhere. And the city council was so excited to get Pintura, it was an amazing thing. Now, and then Pintura, as you know, is the start of the phenomenon of housing on little postage stamp, individual housing on postage stamp lots. So, but the point being made that is one of the things that they thought to be business friendly was to allow these kinds of signs to direct people to where the development was. And as they started to come in greater numbers over the years, that seemed to be the directional sign that they did. And the city council agreed to that use it on the right of way instead of having a lot of other signs, in theory, cluttering other areas of the city. Now, move forward many years. A lot of these developments are no longer new, and they're all, built out. But their signs are still there. And also, our sign ordinances have changed. So it's not that prevents clutter of other signs, because other signs aren't allowed now anyway. So this is just sort of one of those historical legacy programs that, of course, the DVB has an interest in continuing. And again, it's just been a policy matter if council wants to do so, but of course the law has changed, whether legally, et cetera. But that is sort of the historical roots as I recall. Flynn, if you could add to that or subtract, please feel free.
No, I have nothing to add to that. I think you've captured it.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I'm not against the signs. The issue, for the purpose that DVA would like to have them. The problem is the unanimous Supreme Court decision last year that changed the landscape on this, and we had to change our sign ordinance as a result. And so I just think we may need a little more legal analysis on, right? Because now we're not just leaving the legacy ones, which still the Supreme Court wouldn't care about, but we're adding new ones. And Councilmember Wood's question is one I hadn't thought about, which is if we're giving these for free, do we have to give anyone else free signs that they can sell the space to? So I'd like to make this work. I just think we need to figure out how we do this to address the issues at hand. And I don't know that we're quite there, in my view. Councilmember Middleton.
So perhaps we need to bring this one back and afford an opportunity for further research, for more comment from the folks that were involved. I certainly appreciate all the issues that everyone has raised, but this type of signage is absolutely not unique to Palm Springs. It is common within the industry, and it's something that home shoppers have used and relied upon, and it's we're going to have to respond to the law, but it is really frustrating to have a program that has helped people find new homes in this kind of predicament.
And figuring out a way to do, if there is a way to do this, is I think
we'll find it.
Right, is what I think we should spend a little more time on.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
Anyone else feel differently? So why don't, Christy and I worked on the sign ordinance when this came up last time. Jeff, maybe the three of us can have a phone call and just go through the issues raised and figure out some options to bring back. And then we could reach out to DVBA as well.
Absolutely.
Is that a good way to move forward? I'll take that as a yes.
Oh, yes, sorry.
As long as, no, I just want to make sure you can hear us based on earlier. So it's like,
yep.
So maybe we can just set up a call and see, given some of these issues, if we can come up with a process that, can address them in a way that keeps us within the legal concerns.
Sure. And
a way that DVBA wants to do it so they don't have the situation where they have a sign that their builders are going to have a real issue with that could get put up. So if we're done with that, yes? Okay. We'll move to, I think we're done. City council and city manager requests for upcoming agenda development. City manager, Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
I just have a request. I know that our city clerk had sent a letter to the registrar of voters for the county, about voting locations. And we're getting a lot of questions and concerns in the community about that. I know USPS sent out information about ballots and mail and all of that. So I'm just wondering if the city clerk might share information to the public now that we have those updated locations and information about voting. I know it's on our website, but perhaps we could do a presentation for the general public or something like that to get that information out there, because I think people are really concerned about being able to vote, especially in the federal election.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything? City manager?
Actually, Mayor, still waiting to see what is matriculating up from the departments, particularly planning. So that's, picking other things. Actually, Flynn, please.
I've just got one planning item scheduled and a number of items for the consent agenda, so I don't anticipate a large number of items for your next agenda.
Thank you.
We were thinking the second meeting in October is when we would have the appeal hearings.
Nothing else. Okay. Right before 11 p.m., we will adjourn. The next regular city council meeting will be held on Thursday, October 8th, 2020. Have a great night and a great weekend, everyone. Thank you.
Goodbye.